battles on my end of things. I can't see myself on my phone, but I'm gonna go ahead and go over here to YouTube on my laptop, and I'm gonna go ahead and check my channel and make sure that everything is copacetic here. There we go. All right. What time is it over there? You're in. It's 4:02 right now here in Washington. What have you got over there? Is it 7 o'clock over there?
Yeah, it's 7:02 on the East Coast.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
No, so we've got Nobo Spliff slide interview. That's what I got this title as. All right, perfect. Wonderful. Wonderful. There we go. There we go. Okay. Great. So it is 4:02 Pacific Standard Time, which means it's 7:02 Eastern Standard Time over in Florida. And it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Hot Take Tuesday. It's Spicy Take Tuesday. It is Northbound Spliff. So roll it, pack it, toke it, smoke it, munch it, drink it, light it, roll it. This is Northbound Spliff, and I think this is episode number 7. I think so. I don't recall. But we're keeping it going. I've done some live streams on the random, so I've kind of lost track of things here and there. But this is the slide interview with the one and only Bubblehead Hikes. The one and only Bubblehead Hikes. Bro, welcome to the stream, Rob Peters, the man, Rob Peters, the one and only. So this is something I've been looking forward to for quite some time now, because I, like YouTubing the whole like hiker stream thing. I never planned on doing it. It just kind of happened naturally when I finally committed to doing the PCT. I was like, well, I'm not a really good journalist, so I thought, well, I'll vlog it. And other people were like, hey, you should vlog it. And so I thought, okay. And I started following. I reached out into the online sphere, and I found some other hikers. And your channel was one of the few that I found that I totally glommed onto. I was like, all right, cool. I loved your vibe. I loved how you filmed every single day. Your commitment was so spectacular to me. And I think my favorite thing about your filming was just this little. It may have been nothing to you. It may have been just something really little too, but it was huge to me. And it was your you have this great baritone, and it's morning, and you'd always say that, and you'd always say, it's another great day, and I love that. So why don't we just get into this and let's hear about yourself a little bit, Mr. Peters, aka Slide, aka Bubblehead Hikes. Where'd you come from?
Yeah.
What got you into hiking? And how is it that you're about to embark on your Triple Crown?
All right. Wow, that's too kind, man. Too kind. Yeah, I was gonna say morning, but it's morning somewhere. But good evening, and hope everyone's doing freaking awesome. Yeah. So how'd I get into hiking? Oh gosh. I grew up in Washington, and it was hey Wyatt, what's up? And growing up, went hiking a lot, and just day hikes and stuff like that, a couple overnights, and it was fun, but I never really got into it. And fast forward my 20s, I did a little bit, and somewhere along my mid 30s, I was living back east, and I was in the military at the time, and I was forcibly relocated to Virginia, and I really wasn't too happy about that. And
you didn't want to live in the South?
Well, it's not even the South. I was working in DC. I just didn't want to be there. And
you're from Washington. Where were you born in Washington?
So I was actually not born in the United States. I call Washington home. So I was actually born in Japan. I moved to
Oh,
the United
really?
States. Yeah, I moved to the United States when I was 4, man.
You
And
were born in Japan.
yeah,
So are you half Japanese, or I mean, like, what's the lore there?
I still yes, I am. I'm half Japanese, so yeah.
No
Yeah, yeah,
way.
yeah. I was an ESL dude.
Interesting. Wow. Wow,
Yeah,
that's so interesting, man.
yeah.
So you were born where in Japan?
So I was born near Tokyo, and
Tokyo. Tokyo.
yeah, I was
Cool.
born
Cool.
there, and then yeah, when I was about 4, I moved to the United States. My dad's American, and my mom was Japanese, and
Cool.
yeah. So I moved to the States, and then my dad worked for the government at the time, and so we moved around a lot. So I lived in a bunch of places, but the place that I lived the longest was Washington, and so I called Washington home. And so to me, most of my childhood memories are split between Alaska and Washington. Yeah, did a bunch of stuff outdoors growing up. Just in my age group, we didn't have internet, we didn't have video games as much, and all that stuff. So we spent a lot of time outside, and I just remember as a kid, just playing football outside, and just other games that people don't play nowadays because society sucks. And so we ended up settling down in Washington, and basically I started going on some hikes and stuff, as a teenager, but not much, just screwing around the woods and all that stuff. And yo 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 LL Cool J. And then fast forward in my 20s, I joined the
That's a
military,
that's a good, yeah.
and so I didn't really have much time to do stuff. I was gone a lot. And fast forward, mid 30s, I get relocated to Washington D.C. area, move my family to Virginia, and I'm one of those people that I'm not freaking negative Nancy. So if I get moved to a place I don't like it, I'm going to make the best of whatever is handed to me. And so I made it a point when I moved to Virginia. It's like I'm going to figure out what's in Virginia, and I'm going to make the best of it. So at the time, I had 3 kids, and they were young, and my wife and I are like,
Wait, so
hey,
hold on. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
yeah,
just for context, also real quick, LL Cool J, yeah, yeah. So since this northbound spliff, you don't smoke pot, do you, Sly?
no, I don't, man. I
Not
enjoy
everyone
beer.
does. There you go. There you
Yeah,
go. I haven't
yeah.
been drinking, but I decided that today it was apropos. I decided to grab some Rainier, so we're sipping on some Rainier right
Cheers.
now. Decided having a cheers. There you go.
Atomic
I'm
Torpedo
sipping on a
IPA.
Rainier. Oh, oh man, I haven't. It's been weeks since I've had. It's been so long since I had a drink, and this Rainier is fantastic. And I'm vaping. For those of you who are in the chat that are watching the stream, that are smoking, I decided to pick up a vape. I'm vaping on literally just some OG Kush. It's not a joke. That's a strain. I picked up a vape, and I'm trying to cut down on combustibles. So trying to not, be inhaling too much, carbon dioxide and all that, which, like smoking is fine. That's great. You want to roll a spliff, you want to roll a joint, you want to roll a blunt, all that, you want to, it's smoking this stuff. It doesn't matter if it comes from jaw. It doesn't matter if it's from the earth. If you're rolling it up and wrapping it in a paper, you're still combusting a lot. And I'm trying to cut back on some of that. And so I picked up a vape like a nerd. And so I'm vaping on some OG Kush concentrate right now, which is really nice, as a matter of fact. And yeah, so for anyone who's joining in, we got 6 people in the chat. I really wanted to promote this a lot more, but life is what it is, and it's the holidays, so we're doing what we can. And yeah, so we are live right now with Bubblehead Hikes at Bubblehead Hikes on Instagram, at Bubblehead Hikes on YouTube, and we're having a chat right now. So here we go. Now, how old were you when you joined the military, and why did you end up in the Navy?
Yeah, so I joined when I was like 19, and
19.
yeah, I
Okay.
joined because it runs in my family, and I always wanted to serve my
Ah,
country, and it was just something I wanted to do. And I'm the first one in my family to make it past high school, and so
really?
I just
Okay.
yeah, I decided, I I didn't really want to go to college, but um, yeah, I ended up I honored my parents' request, and I tried college for a year. And so I went to college, and while I was in college as a freshman, I was broke, running out of money, and I actually was offered to apply for a scholarship, and I applied for it, and I miraculously got it for reasons I still don't know. And I ended up getting a ROTC scholarship, and the next 3 years of my school were paid for by Uncle Sam in exchange. I had to serve at least 5 years of service to the country, and so that's what I did. And I wanted to join the Navy, and I didn't know what I wanted to do in the Navy. Actually, originally I wanted to fly, but then I found out, if you're blind, which I am, you can't fly. So I'm like, all right, so I need to figure out
What
something
do,
else
what,
to do.
what do you mean you're blind? Are you like
Oh,
can you
when
is
I
one
was
eye dead? Like what?
yeah, I was like nearsighted, like Mr. Magoo, Coke bottle glasses, like really blind. And I found out that my visual acuity, back then, this was early '90s, you couldn't correct it using surgery to apply for the flight program. So I'm like, well, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to, do something else. So I had a
So
couple years to figure
were
it out.
you trying to get behind? Were you trying to get in fixed wings? What were you like? What were you
Yeah.
trying to get
Oh yeah,
into?
I want to fly off aircraft carriers, man. I want to go drop bombs and shit, and go do stuff.
There you go.
I was part of the
Let's go.
generation. Yeah, when I was in like high school, the movie Top Gun came out. So like my whole generation was like, let's go, let's go fly
Okay,
fucking
okay.
airplanes off
So
carriers and blow shit up.
what were you born like 72, 73?
Yeah, yeah, I was early '70s, '72. Yeah, so I'm 53.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Right
so
on, right on.
yeah, so
A
like
young 53.
yeah, Gen X all the way, baby. And
Let's go. Let's go. We have so much respect for Gen X. Gen X is oh man, what a generation. That's
uh,
great. That's great. So you wanted to jump out of airplanes and fly off aircraft carriers.
Yeah, I just wanted to do shit like that. And the fallback plan,
Cool.
originally, I didn't want to go to college, and so my original plan before my old man talked me out of it was I wanted to enlist in the Marine Corps out of high school, because a buddy of mine that was 2 years ahead of me in high school, he enlisted in the Marine Corps, and he was having fun. He was your previous guest was an 0311 infantryman in the Marine Corps, and yeah, so he was doing that, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, let's go blow shit up, shoot guns and shit." And then so that was my original plan, and so I took the ASVAB, and it's a test that you have to take, before you join the military. I did really
Okay.
well, and the recruiter's like, "Hey, cool, you can pick a bunch of stuff," and I was like, "I just want to go shoot guns and blow shit up," and he was like, "Right on." And that was going well. And then my dad kind of like got into it a little bit and talked me out of it. So I said, okay, fine, I'll give college a try for a year. And then when I was in college, I joined the Navy ROTC program. And yeah, I got offered a scholarship. I said, hey, your grades are good. And I was like, all right, sure, I'll apply. Took a physical. And next thing you know, I got accepted for a scholarship. And so then I accepted that. That kept me in college because I was out of money. And then I did 3 more years, got a degree, and then somewhere in the college, I had to do. I was in Navy ROTC, and I had to do a training cruise, and one of them was on board a submarine. And I realized when I went on the submarine cruise, like we got underway, we got to shoot some test missiles, and we got to do a bunch of cool stuff. And I was like, I recognize that this is like my tribe. These people have their shit together. I can trust my life to these people. They're really professional, and I was like, all right, cool, let's do it. So I volunteered for the Navy nuclear power program, and in 1993 I interviewed for it, and I got selected, and then I graduated college in 1994, and then I went to nuclear power school, and yeah, I started in the Navy, and I ended up going in the submarines. So that's
Submarines.
yeah. So I served. Yeah, I served
Interesting.
Yeah, so I served 30 years in submarines, and I served aboard 5 submarines during my career. And
Wow.
yeah,
How
I
old? So how old were you when you found out like when they were like, hey, you're gonna be on submarines? Did they tell you that? Or were they like, hey, listen, bud, you're gonna be on submarines? Or were you like, oh, I might like to be on a submarine? Like,
yeah
how old were you and how that
yeah
happened?
yeah. So I interviewed, and then like I said, and I volunteered for submarine duty upon acceptance. So I was 21 years old when I volunteered.
21.
I was.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Interesting.
senior year of college, and yeah, so I did that, and yeah, I ended up going to the training program in the Navy. So the nuclear training program's a year, and then there's another school I went to before I went to my first submarine, and so it's about a year and a half before I showed up to my first assignment. And yeah, that was a tough training program, and
Okay,
yeah,
okay. So as a 21-year-old, now these days 21-year-olds, I gotta say, I was around a lot of them on the PCT this year, and I work my manager at the job I'm working right now, he's 21 years old, but I thought he was 27. Now, the 21-year-olds you were around, I mean, what were you guys all doing? Did you have kids at the time? Were you like hiking in your spare time? I mean, like, what was life like as a 21-year-old? Were you just completely immersed in the military? What was life like for you as a 21-year-old as you
yeah.
got into
So
this new phase?
yeah, I just when I joined the Navy, it was just I spent a lot of time studying because I was in my first school and it was pretty hard for me. And so I spent a lot of time studying, and then when I did have time off, I was out getting freaking hammered and having a good time,
Of course.
doing
I mean, it
stupid shit.
makes sense.
I wasn't married at the time. Did a bunch of did a bunch of dumb shit, and just typical stuff that 21-year olds do. Had a good
I mean,
time.
that's
I was living
so
in
you're
Orlando,
mortal.
Florida. Oh yeah, yeah. I was living in Orlando, Florida. My first school was in Orlando. I'd never been to Florida in my life, until I guess I was there once before, but I never lived in Florida. So my first assignment was in Florida. So yeah, I spent a lot of time studying because I was academically, borderline deficient. And
Cool,
so,
cool. Yeah,
so
I've had some friends who are from Pensacola. I've had some bike messenger friends who are from nearby what they call the Bayou, and yeah, like having never served in my life, I'm always intrigued by everyone's different walk of life if they've been in the military. So you were 21. What year was this? 80.
1994,
1994. Okay.
yeah. So yeah, and that's when I graduated college and joined the Navy. And yeah, I talk a lot about my career. I was actually on a different podcast about a year ago, and I talked about my military career on that. But yeah, so yeah, it was a wild time. Just trying to figure out. It turned out that being in a military school was radically different than being in college. The pace of the academics was like super fast, and it was topics I'd never studied in college. I studied math in college as an undergrad, and I'm going through nuclear power school, so I'm learning how to operate a nuclear reactor, which is stuff I'd never dealt with. And so there was a lot of
Riveting.
so I had a bunch of engineering stuff crammed into my brain, like 2 years worth of graduate engineering stuff jammed into my brain in 6 months. And so, yeah, it was pretty cool times. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Which is like something that what you're dealing with there, at your age, when you're receiving all this, there's a lot of kids that are just, like screwing off, which is, when I mean, how else can you expect young men to behave? I don't know what you think about this. Let me know what you think about this. But I recently read a study, and the ultimate, what it boiled down to was that a lot of guys are saying, these days that your 20s are really just bullshit,
Mhm.
and that a lot of guys don't really feel like they become adults until they hit their 30s because of how development works. What do you think
Yeah.
of
So
that?
there's theories out there that, for men, especially your prefrontal cortex or your judgment center really doesn't mature until your mid to late 20s. I believe that, I look back when I was 21, I was a complete knucklehead. And, I didn't really appreciate my own mortality. I didn't appreciate consequences. Yeah, I just made a lot of dumb decisions. And, I look back on that. I think every person who's lived through their 20s as a guy realizes they're lucky. Hopefully, if not, they're still running on autopilot. But that's
Yeah,
it's
but
just life,
so
man.
do you think that being said, with hindsight being 2020, I just turned 35 years old and I look back in life and I think, gosh, guys in their 20s, we really need the hammer smack down on us. In my opinion, I think the 20s are a prime age for men to
Yeah,
have the hammer smack down on them because they can take it. They
yeah.
can
I think
take it.
Yeah, I think the Navy. The Navy. I definitely grew up. I think getting in a job where there's serious consequences for not doing your job really impressed upon me very quickly. That I
Yeah.
need to,
Yeah.
I need to show up to work on time. I need to have a good attitude, and I need to do my job. Those are the three things that stuck with me my entire adult life from the Navy.
So show up to work on time,
Have a good
do a good job,
attitude
like have a good attitude,
and do your fucking job. Those are the three
do your
things.
fucking job.
You got to do those three things. And if you do those three things in general, you're above average. If you do one or two of them, you're in trouble. And so I learned
Now
very quick.
it's
Yeah,
not hard to be above average in today's day and age. And I think a lot of
yeah,
guys miss that. Like it's really
yeah.
not hard to be
No,
above average.
no. Well, it comes down to two things, right? I think that when I see problems in the world, like you pick any problem, I think it falls into one of two things. It's either skill or will. Skill is about 90% of the time, like, hey, we didn't train you, we didn't prepare you for the job, whatever. And then about 10% is, you just woke up, you just have the right attitude. You just said, fuck it, today's not the day I'm going to do my job. And, I think for the second group, there's programs like firing people and getting rid of them. I think, if you sign up for a job, freaking do it. You don't have to like it. You can go find another one, but while you're doing it, do your best. And I think that's important.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that gets into the line of like morals versus ethics versus morals, and I think though that line can blend together in a way that I think a lot of kids, like I was born in 1990. I remember not having smartphones, until I was a little teenager, and so I think a lot of kids my age have a different kind of work ethic where I find myself now surrounded by kids that are, in their early 20s, which, I meet them and I'm like, oh gosh, you're a grown man, you're a grown woman. And like I expect that back from you when really what I get back is just infantilism. If that's the
Yeah.
word, like very,
Yeah.
it's like, oh gosh, you're a baby.
It's interesting. I think that's an interesting insight. I think my perspective has changed over the years. Now, I'm a parent of three grown-ups now. And, I see them now. They're all, one's 19,
Three.
one's 21, one's 23. And so, I see them as young adults now. And to me, it makes better sense now. So life is a circle, and you figure it out that I see little bits of myself in my kids. And I realize that, hey, when you're at that age, the world is, this open book. And, I have a way different attitude towards young people now than I did when I was 30s. Um, and I think it's because, being a parent, I think
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I think, and then I think also being in, the military taught me through leadership positions because a lot of the people that work for me, um, are teenage, they're basically young adults, 19 to 26 years old were preponderance of the people that work for me. And, they're great people, they're great Americans. And, I think a lot of people diss the younger generation. Um, they're smart, they're better trained than we are. They just have different, they were raised differently. I look at my own kids and I look at the people who work for me, they're the same age. And I realized that, I saw my kids at home and then I saw the people who worked for me, in the job. and there wasn't much difference. The only difference really was, one group wore a uniform every day and got a paycheck every 2 weeks, and the other group was at home, asking me for money and complaining about a bunch of shit. But they had a lot in common, and they're looking for purpose, and they want, I think society, in some ways coddles children. Um, like I live in a
Yeah,
neighborhood.
yeah, I agree. I agree. I totally
Yeah,
agree, actually. Do
yeah,
you
and
think
yeah.
now, do you think that do you think that a heavier hand when it comes to disciplinary sort of upbringing, do you think that it's that and I just want to like spew this. We'll get into some more hiking centric stuff, but we got the personality thing going on, we're all human,
Yeah,
and you're human,
yeah,
and this is something that I think on trail, like we kind of brush past, because when we're on a long trail, we're all out on the long trail, and so that kind of is a side
yeah,
thing, and we focus a little more as through hikers and as hikers, we focus a little more on like, hey, who are you as a person, you know, because I'm out here on this through hike trying to figure out or
yeah.
remind myself who I am as a person. Do you think when it comes to youth, I mean, you're a parent, so you've got your own unique spin on this.
Mhm.
I look at my age year after year and I think, gosh, man, like I had young parents. My parents are both 69 babies.
Okay.
So my parents were both born in 69. So when I was born in 90, so when my parents were my age, 35 years old, they had a 15-year-old and my younger sister. And do you think that what do you or maybe I should rephrase this, not do you think, what do you think, as far as children growing up and youth coming into adulthood with a heavier disciplinary history, do you think that benefits kids as opposed to a more loosey goosey kind of upbringing, like, oh, do what you want, blah blah blah? Or do you think, do you think they'll find that out, or do you think that it's like, yeah, you do need some disciplinary, like, hey, you need to do this by this time and that time, and
Yeah.
then do your thing.
I think kids need bounds. I really do. So two things. I think kids need a father and a mother. I think having a father and mother is important. That's one. Two is I think kids need bounds because they don't know. They don't understand consequences. They don't understand, and it's not because they're bad people. It's just their brains haven't developed. And so I think instilling standards in our kids and laying down rules, because I think the biggest thing I prayed for my kids growing, as they were growing up was, my job as a parent, one of them is principally to impart values on them, and and hopefully when they grow up that they leave the house with those values and they make good decisions anchored on good values. They're their own people. And that was something I learned later. It seems obvious I'm saying it, out here literally, they're their own people. Oh shit. But, I think one of the traps I fell into as a parent was I tried to raise them as they got into their teenage years, trying to model my progression, out of the house. I tried to push them to college. I tried to push them to things. And I realized that they resisted that because that's not who they are as people. And so it took me like 48, 49 years to realize that. And once I did, it was the eureka moment as a parent. But getting back to your question, I think, I wouldn't say strict discipline, but you got to have consistent, fair standards. And they need to know that there's a fucking line, and you cross it, there's consequences. That's it. It doesn't have to be anything more complicated than that. It's not being mean. And the other thing too is I really believe this, as a parent, you're not your kid's friend. You're their parent. And you have a responsibility to society. This is the thing I saw, right? So my son, my middle child, was in Cub Scouts. And Cub Scouts taught me that, if you want to see how a kid's trajectory is going to be, just look at their dad. or lack thereof. And so the kids that were all fucked up, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You just meet their dad, and their dad's fucked up, and you're like, oh, okay, well that checks. And I realized very quickly that the parent plays such a vital role. And I'm not perfect by any means. I have my own flaws, and I see it in my own kids. I think there's a couple aha moments as I went through my life. The first one was the first time I had to discipline one of my kids. I felt like my dad was coming out of my body, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I sound like my dad. That was one. Two is when you see your kids behaving like you, and you're like, "Holy crap!" And it's like, for better or worse, their mannerisms rubbed off on you in some ways, and so, and I think those are the two big aha moments in my life as a parent. But I think in the end, my kids, knock on wood, they're not in jail. They're doing well for themselves. And, I think their mother and father, we did our best to impart values on them. And it was by rules. And, the rules, like what is it, Winston and John Wick, we don't have rules, we're just animals, right?
I
I,
mean,
yeah.
my parents were hippie punks. They were both children of abusive families.
Mhm.
They had to, strike out and find, their own solidarity in the world. And despite like whatever my dad thinks I'm a faggot, or my mom is, getting beaten by my father, like this, that, the other thing. They had everything against them, and they decided, I'm going to be this as good of a person as I can. And all of a sudden, boom, you got kids. As a lot of us, all of a sudden, boom, you got
Yeah.
kids, and they really, they put it down, and a
Yeah.
lot of. I had this really blessed ability to notice their friends that were their age and that raised their kids, and saw similar things, young parents trying to break molds, etc., etc. I think there is timeless morals and ethics that transcend anything, like
Yeah.
make sure your kids know right from wrong. If I was in a grocery store with my mom, and like I was upset because I couldn't get the chippy whippies that I wanted, I wasn't going to sit there and throw a fit,
Right.
and growing up, once you're in, the adult world, and you're realizing, oh, there's these other adults that don't have to be much older than me.
Right.
They're not much older than me, but they have authority. My manager, my boss, my coworkers. All of a sudden, there's accountability becomes a huge factor in your reality.
Yeah.
And I think that parents ought not be their children's best friend.
Yeah. You can't
You
be.
look at,
You can't be.
because what happens then? Where's the respect then? You're going to have friends. You're going to grow old. You're going to become an adult. You're going to find friends. Your parents need to be, anyways. Now,
Yeah.
I want to actually spin this into a question about hiking. You
Okay.
hiked the Pacific Crest Trail in 2024.
Mhm.
Now, I'm a family man, even though I don't have a family. Family morals, I'm all about the family. I love
Mhm.
kids. I see other guys my age, other gals my age, they've got kids, and I'm like, right on, like
Yeah.
heck yeah, bro. I want
Yeah.
to be, can I be friends with your kids? And
Yeah.
can I be a positive influence on your friends? Because
Yeah.
my parents had friends that were positive influences on me, that made maybe more of a intense influence on me, because that
Yeah.
wasn't my parents. It was like, dang, my dad's friend is so cool. Like
Yeah.
I want to be a better person because of him than my dad, whatever. And so seeing other guys and gals on trail this year, I saw a family on trail this year, same age as me, both parents born 89, 90, 91, whatever, hiking with their children. How do you feel? What's your take on hiking with kids? Now, just to give you some context, I'm going to let you rock and roll. But this particular family, they were the same age as me. He was 35. I think she was 34. They had a 4-year-old son.
Mhm.
When I met them in Julian, their daughter was 7 months old.
Yeah.
they were attempting to through hike the trail with their kids. What do you think about that? And what's your
Yeah.
take on a situation like that, man?
I think it's cool if if mom and dad are willing to do it, and it's a great immersive experience for the kids.
Cool.
I actually think that's pretty rad. God bless them. I think that's pretty cool. You know, that's my opinion. In my life, would I do that with my kids? No, because just a myriad of factors. I took my kids on hikes when they were little, so they got some experience. None of them like hiking.
Oh, how little? How little? Like, how young were your kiddos when you brought them out onto a trail and went on a hike?
Probably like 3 or 4. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes that checks. That
Yes.
checks.
Yeah. So I got a bunch of photos of them. I showed it to them. They're like, "Oh my gosh, I was out in the woods." I'm like, "Yeah, you were out in the woods, and you were actually wearing
Did you
hiking
have the
gear."
backpack? Did you have the backpack with your kid in the backpack?
Yeah, one or two times, and then other times I made him walk. I think what traumatized my son
Yeah.
was, he would bitch and moan about going uphill and on trails, and I would carry the food with and say, "Hey, if you want to live, you're gonna have to follow me because I got lunch." And I made him walk, and he whined about it. It's like, I don't care. You're gonna learn. And yeah, it was a little tough, but at the same time, it's like I think it's important to impart on your kids that there's no free rides in life, and you're gonna have to freaking work for it. I don't expect them to be through hikers. I don't expect them to, but the trail taught them some lessons, and those lessons are imparted, and all three of them recognize there's no free rides in life. So to me, the outdoors is a
Yeah.
lab. As a parent, I think the outdoors was a lab for me as a dad. My wife is not an outdoors person. We went as a family with a bunch of outdoor stuff, but majority of the outdoor stuff that like my son went on, through Cub Scouts and just with me, were just me and him. And he went with adult friends of mine. He had a good time. I think he was always happy when we got to the end, or we got to the top of the mountain, and he really
Sure.
enjoyed that.
Yeah.
He would complain about going uphill and all this stuff, but once we got there, he was like, "Oh wow, this is a great view," and he's enjoying a mountain house meal on top of the mountain as the sun's going down. And one of my good memories with my son was I have a bunch of them, but one was it was 3rd of July. When I lived in Kitsap County, we would go to the top of Mount Townsend, and Mount Townsend is one of the eastern peaks in the Olympics. And the cool thing about Mount Townsend is when you look east from the peak, you can see all of Puget Sound on a clear day. You can see from like Vancouver all the way down to like Olympia. And on the night of the 3rd of July, as the sun's going down, you can see fireworks going off all across Puget Sound from north to south or south. And it's super awesome. So like the day before, a bunch of folks would hike up and post water caches up at the top of Townsend, and also bring lawn chairs. And so when we arrive on the 3rd, there's lawn chairs and water and stuff like that, because at that point, there's not much snow left. There's no water sources up there. So yeah, our tents are pitched. We're up there, having a great time, and my son's having the time of his life, and he's enjoying company with everybody else. And I think that those I look back on that, and that was a formative moment, I think, for him. And when we lived in Virginia, I would hike with him on the AT. He's actually hiked a fair amount of miles on the AT, and he doesn't even know it. We camped on top of mountains, and we used to play cribbage and card games and stuff outside the tent. And just lots of father son time and stuff like that.
That's cool. My dad was into cribbage. I always, up until I was about 16, my birthday is November 24th.
Okay.
And every year on my birthday, like my parents be like, "What do you want to do for your birthday?" And I just wanted to go hike. And I was like, "Well,
Yeah.
hey, let's go on a hike, Dad." And
Yeah.
my dad, he was a walker, not a hiker. And so he would always be like, "All right, I was ready to go get into some shit, as a teenager and a kid." But my dad was more just like, "Okay, well, let's go on a walk." Even
Yeah.
though my parents, they were dope to get down on some car camping and, things like that.
Yeah.
Growing up, you mentioned that, was it just your one son in Cub Scouts?
Yeah. I had one son and
Cool.
2 daughters, and in Cub Scouts, and so we go hike and stuff. And
Well, did that turn
yeah,
into Boy Scouts?
he was in Webelos, and then he got
Okay.
like seventh or eighth grade. He just got disinterested, and then he decided he wanted to do different things.
What
But
is seventh or eighth grade? Like 13, 14 years old?
yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
I think
makes
that's
sense.
about
Makes
right.
sense.
Yeah,
I was enraptured by skateboarding, but like I
there you
never was
go.
not into hiking,
Yeah,
But I think a lot of kids, a lot of kids when they find that passion for hiking, it's always interesting to find out how they find it. There's the
yeah,
kids who are like,
yeah.
yeah, oh, all of maybe kids who are in track and they're running and this, that, the other thing. I was homeschooled. I didn't go to
Okay,
public school, so I had a bit
okay.
more of like for me, I ended up being obsessed with through hiking. I was an
Okay.
autistic little bastard, but
Yeah, we're
but
all on the
you do
spectrum.
see of course, you do see other youth and how they come into it and seeing
Yeah.
other families on the trail. Me personally, seeing the family that I'm speaking of, and I don't want to dox them, but seeing this family that I speak of, like they were out there with their kids, my instinctual reaction was like, damn, you got a 7-month-old daughter out here,
Hmm.
like mama has her in the wrapping thing on her chest. She's like walking out. I'm thinking, dude, I'm a clumsy bastard myself. If I trip and fall on my kid, how am I gonna feel? I kind of feel like there's a line, like kind of with a dog, and not like I'm sure there's people out there who be like, I'm about to compare children to dogs, but if you're out there on the trail with the dog, your dog can't exactly be like, arf, arf, hey, I need a 0 day. Arf, arf, hey, I'm feeling just like 10 miles today. Your first grader and your kindergartner, they're not going to be able to be like, hey, mommy, hey,
Yeah,
daddy, like I need to take a Nero day today.
yeah,
So I'm on the fence about it. I don't know. You do your own thing, hike your own hike,
yeah.
hike your
I
own
mean, that's
hike.
yeah. I think it's good on him. I think it's pretty cool. I think as a kid that would be a
Sure.
pretty immersive experience. I've seen families before on the AT, and
Yeah,
yeah,
now
so
there
it's
was
it's
another
pretty interesting.
family this year on the Pacific Crest Trail, and they became known as Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, and it was a mother and a father, and I think they had 7 kids,
Wow,
and I'm pretty sure they finished. I don't know, but
that's freaking
I want to
hardcore,
get
man.
into yeah, that's pretty hardcore. That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now you are about to embark
Yeah.
on the third leg of what is a journey that a
Mhm.
lot of people, a lot of through hikers, a lot of backpackers would put into a category that is like so elite, so elite. You're walking to your crown.
Mhm.
You're headed to the summit.
Yeah.
When this started, did you have any idea? Because you've hiked the Appalachian Trail, you've
I've
hiked
actually
the
only
Pacific
hiked.
Crest Trail.
I've actually only hiked 61% of the AT. I was going to get into that. You had an earlier question about how I got into hiking. I was going to talk about that.
I'm about to ask you about the
Yeah, yeah,
AT, so
yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't know you had only. I didn't know you were a
yeah.
poser. Um,
Actually, it's in my profile. If you call it up, I've only hiked 61% of the AT.
I'm
I did.
just razzing
Yeah,
you, Slide. I'm
I'm a
just
one. I'm a
razzing
one.
you.
I'm a 1.6 crowner.
You're
Yeah, I'm a
absolutely
1.6.
right. My
Yeah,
bad. My bad. Now,
yeah,
now let's. I've I've
yeah.
never. I'm not a traveled person. Slide. I am not a traveled person. This year doing the PCT was the most I've traveled in my life. I'm a little
Okay.
evergreen Washingtonian boy. I've been cradled in the roots of a
Mhm.
pine tree for 34 and a half years. Tell, let's talk about the AT. Let's talk about
Sure.
how you got on trail and got
Yeah.
onto that and got those
Yeah.
miles done. Like
Yeah.
what's
So
the primordial fact lore, man?
yeah. So basically, they go back in time. The year was 2009, and I was in the
2009.
I was in the Navy, and I
Okay.
was and this was when I told you at the beginning, we moved to the DC area. I hated it, didn't want to be there. But I'm one of those people that like,
You didn't like DC? You didn't like the DC area?
well, initially I didn't. And so, because I didn't want to go there, I really wanted to avoid just living there. And so I
And
got
how
sent
old
there
were you?
because I was about your age. I was about your age then.
35,
Yeah, I was in my
mid
mid 30s.
30s.
And so,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So, I'm one of those people that makes the best of every situation. So, I made it a point. I'm going to walk Virginia and I'm going to find a way to explore the state and find the good out of it. And so,
Okay.
my wife was interested in going to Shenandoah National Park. So, um, we actually first went to a state park, Sky Meadow State Park. It's in Northern Virginia. That's all you really need to know. But the AT it goes through just a small part of it, and it was like in the middle of summer, and we took all three kids up, and it was a warm day, and we went hiking through Sky Meadows, and we ran upon a sign that said Appalachian Trail 1 mile. I'm like, "Fuck is this?" I had never really thought about the Appalachian Trail. In fact, I didn't even know it existed. And so we decided, fuck it, we're going to go 1 mile. We went up the hill and we hiked to the AT and we stopped at the AT and had lunch and we walked on the AT a little bit. And when I got back to the
What time of
van,
year
and
was that?
oh, it was middle of the summer, it was hot as balls and
Okay.
just
Okay. So
humid.
you could have seen through hikers. Did you see any through hikers?
No, didn't see any. It didn't
Oh,
see
okay.
anybody
Okay.
that day. So, anyways, so we went back. I went home, and that night I went up and did some research on the Appalachian Trail, and I found out that this trail I was on went from fucking Georgia to Maine. I'm like, holy shit! How many miles is this? 2,190, whatever, right? I'm like, okay, cool. And so fast forward like a month or two, and my wife says, hey, why don't we go to Shenandoah National Park, which is a 2-hour drive from where I live. And so we went to Shenandoah, and then we found out that the Appalachian Trail goes right through the park from south to north. And it was pretty fucking awesome. And that was in like September of 2009. And there's like a picture of me that my wife took, and I'm just sitting there, just enamored. Like I was sitting in a rock outcrop looking to the valley to the west. And at that point, I fell in love, man. I was like, this is freaking cool. I can walk from Georgia to Maine. And so
2,190 miles officially.
Yeah. So it's
Okay.
2190, and so basically I said, well, fuck, while I got time off, I can't through hike because I'm fully employed. I'm in a career, and so I said, fine, I'm going to find weekends, like 1 or 2 weekends a month. I'm going to go do overnights. I'm going to do day hikes, whatever, do key swap hikes. I recruited a bunch of people. We started hiking the AT, and I started chipping away at Virginia. And, so over the years from 2009, through 2011, I hiked a bunch of the AT in Virginia. I hiked all of Maryland. I hiked part of PA. I hiked in a little bit in the Whites. And then I hiked a little bit in North Carolina and Tennessee. And I was like, this is cool. So I started patching together the trail. I'm gonna show you something on the camera here. You can see this is the Appalachian Trail. Can you see that?
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
looking good. Yeah.
So this is Georgia, and then all the way up there is Maine. So you can see in the black what I've hiked over time. And I started chipping away, and I just started doing more and more and more, and I started connecting the dots. And then, I'll talk about this separately. That was my PCT shakedown. Uh, and then, I hiked part of Vermont. I hiked through the Whites. I hiked from the 100-mile wilderness south. So I did all that, and over time, I ended up hiking like 900 some odd miles, and then and that was, and then I lived in Virginia a second time, and I ended up hiking more. I made it a point every summer. So like in 2015, I hiked from Monson, Maine, which is the beginning of the 100-mile wilderness, the last 100 miles northbound on the AT, and I hiked
Right.
south to Rangeley. I did that in 2015. 2016, I hiked the White Mountains in New Hampshire, which is arguably the hardest part of the AT. The very scenic, was freaking awesome. Um, and then fast forward, I moved. The Navy sent me to the West Coast, and then I couldn't hike, the AT anymore. And I moved back to the East Coast in 2018. And between 2000, I would say 2020, 2023, I hiked all the Smokies, Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee, North Carolina, on the AT. I finished that up, and then I decided at that point I've hiked I've hiked just under 1,000 miles of the AT, and just adding up the miles. And I decided, in the last year of my military career, that instead of like going finding a job right afterwards, I was the one thing I was smart at growing up was I actually saved money, and
Well, good
I was
on you.
actually yeah. So actually, one of the smartest. There's two smart things I did in my life. One was I married my wife, and the other one was I actually saved some fucking money, and so I could actually not work for over a year, and my family would be taken care of. And and I was able to do this. So I decided, I told my wife, it's like, hey, I've always been hiking the AT. I want to do a through hike. And my wife's like, you're going to through hike the AT? And I'm like, well, maybe. So at first I was like, when I retire, I'm going to through hike the AT in 2024. And then in 2023, I just realized I had an aha moment. I don't remember when it was, but I had a realization like, you know what? If I have one shot to fucking do a through hike, why would I do something I've already done like a 40% of? Like, fuck that. So on a whim, I grabbed the quarter and I decided I'm going to flip it. Heads, I'm going to through hike the CDT. Tails, I'm going to through hike the PCT. I flipped the coin, landed on the floor. It was tails. And I ended up deciding, fuck it, I'm going to hike the PCT. And so that's what I
Let's
did.
go.
So in
Let's
2020,
go.
yeah. So like in the summer of 2023, I said, fuck it. I'm not hiking the AT. I told my wife, and it's like, I'm going to hike the PCT. She's like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, yeah, I have no idea about the PCT. I've only hiked, prior to that, I only hiked in the Goat Rocks Wilderness on the PCT. And that was really cool. So I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And
Yeah,
I
sure.
decided,
If this is so epic that the rest of the trail must be bitching.
yeah, exactly. So I was like, yeah, it's
Right.
just a walk.
Right.
It's like I've hiked 900 miles of the AT. Fuck it, let's go. And so I decided at that point I'm going to do it. So I started doing research, and I realized, wow, this is a little longer trail, and there's some different logistics. And fortunately, growing up in between my 20s and 40s, I've done I've done a lot of snow camping, a lot of snow travel. So I understood how to
Really?
use an ice axe. Yeah, I
Okay.
already learned that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so I already
Okay,
knew that stuff,
okay.
and I've done.
Now,
I've
not a
already,
lot of people are familiar with like even like camping, like because it's one thing everyone associates it with mountaineering. They think they think ice climbing with two they think it's like but really you can go out and you can get in some snow. You can walk a few
yeah,
miles and you can pitch your
right,
tent. You can spend the night in some
right.
snow,
Yeah, I've done
but
snow
not a lot of
camping.
people do that.
Yeah, I've done a lot of snow travel, snow camping. I know how to use an ice axe. I know how to self arrest. I know basic mountaineering, and and I also know how to do land navigation. So I've learned all those things over the years. And so, the PCT is not really that intimidating. So as I was preparing for the PCT, if you recall, 2023 was a really heavy snow year in the High Sierra. So I was watching
Yeah.
YouTube videos
Yeah.
of a bunch of these Huyas going out there in the High Sierra, rocking it in the snow. I'm like, yeah, I was like fucking stoked. I was like, let's bring it you know.
Sure.
And so
Sure.
I was hoping for snow too. So I decided, like the whole lottery thing, everybody's like, wants to start in fucking May because they're wussies and don't want to fucking go through the High Sierra and snow. Anyways, that's my opinion. And then I was like, fuck it, we're balling, man. We're gonna go in March. So I picked like March 20. I got my first choice, like March 22nd, and it was fucking great because I knew I was going to be in the High Sierra in May in the snow. So I was like, and then I learned about the magic season. Suze, how goes it? It goes. Um, and so I was like, freaking game on, let's go. And so I did all the preparing and did the homework, and I was ready to go, man, full bore. And so I retired from the Navy on the 1st of March, 2024. 20 days later, I was at the Mexican border at Camp Lockett, and yeah, and then 21 days after I retired, I had a backpack on my back, and I was freaking walking north on the PCT. I was like pinching myself. I was like, dude, I cannot. I'll tell you, the big thing was when I decided to buy a one-way ticket to fucking San Diego on an airplane, and I was like, this is it, full send. We're going. Now I ain't freaking coming back unless I fly from Seattle. And So at that point, I decided, I'm going to do this through hike. Yeah, it was pretty cool, man. And yeah,
So, yeah, your experience on the snow, I gotta say, your experience on the snow, you're like, okay, cool, I'm ready for this shit. All right,
yeah,
you're disciplined. You've got the cojones. Uh, my big thing was like, no, I never learned your experience with the land navigation, my experience with orienteering. Um, I was really into orienteering as a teenager, and I thought, overland adventure racing was the shit. I thought Andrew Skirko was the man.
yeah,
Uh, you know, I never did land nav in the military or anything like that, but like I did,
yeah.
do a lot of orienteering, and
Hmm.
um and I was, like I thought this is gonna be great. When I finally get my chance to take my bid on the PCT, I
Yeah,
was ready for like fording rivers that I had to swim across.
yeah.
Things
Fuck
I
yeah,
was like, all right, cool. I saw your YouTube channel where you were like in crampons, and I'm thinking, all right, cool.
yeah,
I was very underwhelmed by my experience in the Sierra. Now, like,
yeah,
what? Let's get into the most extreme part of your PCT experience
yeah,
in the year
yeah,
2024, because a lot of people, I'm sure, they're familiar with what's her name? Hey y'all, it's Dixie.
yeah, yeah.
She hiked. Yeah,
She's a
yeah,
great
she hiked
American.
in. Yeah, she hiked in the year of snow and ice, and
Hmm.
uh, and you hiked in 2024. So
Hmm.
anyone who's watching this can go and they can look at your channel. They can see what you went through in the Sierra Nevada mountain range,
Hmm.
and they can see the snow. Uh,
Hmm.
just how snowy was it? Like from when you
Yeah,
left Kennedy Meadows south,
yeah. Hmm.
what were the next couple of weeks like?
Yeah, so I traveled with three people. So rule number one, if you're going to go into the snow, always go with the team. I think doing it by yourself is foolish. And so that's a whole separate thing. If you want to talk about how I ended up on the team I ended up with, that's a whole different story. But to answer your question, leaving Kennedy Meadows South, there was no snow for the first probably 25, 30 miles. So what we did was, in order to test out our gear and our load, because my backpack weight just fucking exploded. I'm a traditionalist. I learned basic mountaineering, and so I went into the High Sierra not with trail runners and fucking micro spikes. I decided I'm going to use proper steel crampons and I'm going to have boots. So from Walker Pass to Kennedy Meadows, I broke in my boots, and then from Kennedy Meadows south north into the Sierra, all the way to Sonora Pass, I used boots with steel crampons. And for probably until you start climbing up towards Cotton, Trail Pass, Cottonwood Pass, that area, there was no snow. But then it started getting the snow once we went above about 10,000, 9,000, 10,000 feet. Then the snow started, and it stayed there. I would say the majority of the Sierra, the majority of the Central Sierra was all snow. There were a couple parts near Paiute Pass. I think the bridge at the San Joaquin River was already repaired by the time you went through. But in 2024, the PCTA had advised against people crossing the San Joaquin River because the bridge was washed out. So we ended up
That's
taking
the
it.
bridge before Muir Trail Ranch,
No,
correct?
no, no, it is not. It's before Muir Pass. So
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So the bridge that's blown out is actually before Muir Trail Ranch. And so what happened was in 2024, a bunch of us we exited out of Bishop Pass, and then we re-entered through Paiute Pass. And so we added another, 25, 28 miles, which was cool because you picked up Bishop Pass, which is fucking amazing. That's a 12,000 foot pass. Paiute Pass is like 11,000. We got to hike things that PCT hikers normally don't get to hike. Um, and I have a view about through hiking that's probably different than the traditionalists, and I don't give a fuck. Um,
Drop it. Let's hear it.
yeah.
Let's hear it.
So people who hike the AT are like, continuous footpath is a through hike. Well, that's fucking bullshit because, like in 2024, there's no fucking way when I started, you could do a continuous footpath realistically. There were multiple forest fires. All of Section K pretty much north of Stevens Pass was on fucking fire. Stehekin was on fire. And so I had to do a creative path through Western Washington to get to the Harts Pass and finish. That's a whole different thing. That was a fucking adventure too. Um, and then we had to skip some sections in like Northern California. I ran into the Etna. There was a Shelley fire near Etna. The town of Etna was very close to evacuating. I timed it just out of Etna, and we had a bunch of us, like 30 of us, had to fucking go through the fire to get around, the Sayad Valley. And then in Oregon, we had to get around, like Crater Lake National Park was starting to close down, and we had to get around a fire there to get up to Shelter Cove. So that was a little part that we had to get around because the trail was closed. And then, when I was in Washington, I got to what the hell's the name? Trout Lake. And the trail was fucking closed because the night before a forest fire had started on the west side of Mount Adams. And so we managed, like me and about 20 other people it's pure miracle. It's in the videos. We found the way through the closure and around Mount Adams to get back on trail. And we were actually able to make it to White Pass, whereas a lot of people had to skip. A lot of people in the class of 2024 had to skip from like the Columbia River all the way to White Pass because that entire section ended up not being passable. And we got through in
Interesting.
time. Yeah, so like the class of 2024 had to skip a lot of trail if you're going northbound, if you timed it, because of all the forest fires in 2024. And so my viewpoint on that is, I think that forest fires and other natural disasters just get, frankly, it's part of the through hike experience out west. So you can't do the traditional Appalachian Trail hike like I just through hiked the Long Trail this summer. I hiked every inch of the 271.6 miles of the Long Trail. And, and that's a tough fucking trail, by the way. That's a lot harder than a PCT.
I've
Mile for
heard
mile.
the long
Yeah,
trail is
it's
very
and we
strenuous.
can talk
Yeah.
we can talk about that too if
We'll
you're
get
interested.
into that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll get
but
into that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, to me a through hike is an adventure. It's not gonna, and if you're out west, it's not gonna be a continuous fucking path. Good luck. If
I
you
mean,
if you
I
yeah,
feel that. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely,
yeah,
100%. And that is a huge cornerstone for a lot of through hikers. And it's a point I think where a lot of through hikers have to you have to make a choice. And when you get to that point where you get to your first big skip, I remember
yeah,
my first big skip this
yeah,
year. And,
yeah,
and and I remember my first small skip. I remember the first
mhm,
skip that was like, oh
yeah,
gosh, that was a skip. Like
yeah,
shit, we just
yeah.
missed trail that we could have hiked,
Yeah, I mean,
but we didn't.
my first one was Fuller Ridge near Mount San Jacinto, and
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
basically the first 4 weekends of my through hike on the PCT, we had major snowstorms hit Southern California, and at the time I was in a tramley. That's a whole different thing. I fucking hate tramleys, by the way. But I learned
Yeah,
valuable
it's a
lessons
gay word,
because
anyways. Yeah.
I was part of a tramley for the first 3 or 4 weeks, and I learned a lot from it. And I'm glad I did it because on my section hiking of the Appalachian Trail, I never was part of a trail family. And so, the first 4 weeks of the PCT, I got to experience tramley life, and I learned a lot about it, and it was good. I am thankful that I learned it. But given the experience level of the hikers in the group, we made a group decision that we were going to skip Fuller Ridge and we were going to go around Black Mountain Road to get around that. So that was my first skip of the PCT. And and in hindsight, it was a good decision because even going up Black Mountain Road, it was cold as balls, man. The coldest night I ever spent on my entire PCT through hike was on the north side of Mount San Jacinto. It was like single digits. It was freaking cold, and I was camping in the snow. And I was never that cold the rest of the trail. That was the coldest I was
Interesting.
the entire
Wow.
trail, even through the high Sierra.
Wow.
And yeah, it was fucking wild. So fast forwarding back to your other question, what was my toughest experience in the Sierra? There are a couple that are notable. Don't quote me on the pass. I think it was Glen Pass. So we camped
Well, I don't
really.
know if it was really like what was the
Yeah,
toughest part of the Sierra. I don't know if it
yeah,
was really that much of a question. I think it was
yeah,
more like, how did you feel when you were up in the Sierra? Did you feel like you were like on days and days of snow? Did you feel like you were on the moon? Because I think a lot of people in
yeah,
2025,
yeah,
the snow level was pretty average,
yeah,
and I think in 2026 we could be
yeah,
looking at a higher snow year.
mhm, yeah,
Maybe not. It might juke on over to 2027 just because of it. It's it's
yeah,
it's a La Nina year, but
yeah,
I mean, you had crampons. There
mhm,
was not one. There was not one stretch of the trail through the Sierras this year that would have warranted crampons
yeah,
unless and
yeah,
you have them, and I've seen the
yeah,
footage.
yeah,
Anyone can go and look at your YouTube, and they can
mhm,
watch the Sierra section of your trail, and you can
yes,
see like,
sir.
oh yeah, that was 100%. I would have wanted crampons on that section,
Oh yeah,
you
there's some
know.
sketchy
So
fucking terrain. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
so I mean, like,
Yeah.
how did you handle that? Like, were you looking down through, like snowpack, looking at rivers? How were the river crossings? I mean, like, how heavy was your pack? I mean, like, gosh, man, that just seems
Yeah.
like such an undertaking.
Yeah. So a couple things. I'll unpack all that. A lot of questions
Yeah,
there.
sure.
So when I left Kennedy Meadows South, I weighed my pack with a bear tan,
Right.
crampons, ice axe, all this shit. 7 days of food was 42 pounds.
Okay, that's pretty fucking heavy.
Yeah, and that was, I also had camera equipment, so that was, another pound and a half. But ultimately, just say 40 pounds for shits and giggles. And
Sure.
so I went into the Sierra with winter clothes, and everything. I was ready to go in case, the fucking shit went down. So,
Right, right.
so the strategy in the snow in general, that's in my videos is you wake up at 2 in the fucking morning, you hike as far as you can until about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. You pitch up camp closest to the next mountain pass and you go to bed, and then you wake up at 2 in the morning and you rinse and repeat and you just keep going. So from Cottonwood Pass north all the way to probably shit, what's the name of that place, Mammoth Lakes. You're in that pattern where you're doing a pass a day, maybe two passes. And the navigation is, most of the trail, not all of it, but most of it, the trail doesn't fucking exist. It's buried under 10 plus feet of snow. And so you end up having to do land navigation. And so you rely on, the things I relied on. So there was a team of three of us. One guy was from Germany. He was an army infantry officer in the Bundeswehr, which is the German army. And I was a Navy officer. So he and I were military guys, and we both knew how to navigate. And then we had a third guy with us that we sandwiched between us. He's like in his mid 60s. He was an insurance salesman, and he had no knowledge of land navigation or working through long treks in the snow. So we sandwiched him, and the three of us went in as a team. He's a great guy, a great team. And so we would navigate basically using compass headings and an altimeter and looking at our contour charts. And we didn't take the trail. We actually, because of the snow is beneficial. When it's cold and the sun hasn't softened it yet, and you're not fucking post holing every 2 minutes, you go as fast as you fucking can with traction on, going downhill after the mountain pass. So you get up at 2 in the morning, you leave camp at 3 or 4, and you just charge up the fucking mountain pass, get there at sunrise, and then you scream down as fast as you fucking can. And you just keep charging to the next fucking mountain pass. You get as close as fucking possible, and you start post holing, because the sun's out and it's thermonuclear. So it's like, imagine like 70 degrees in the mountains and there's, 10, 20 feet of snow, and it's melting in your snow post holing. And then, you get to these creeks, and in the morning, you want to cross the creeks in the morning because the melt isn't as much. But by the mid afternoon, some of these creek crossings, and I filmed them, were fucking sketchy. And and then snow bridges were starting to collapse, and so you needed to really think on your feet on how to get through the snow. And every creek crossing was different. It's so important to stress it. Don't get psyched out about it. Andrew Skirka has a great resource you can look up if you're going to go through in a high snow year. And I had the spreadsheet, so there were a couple times we referred to it and had to go upstream to find suitable river crossings. But it was fun, man, because I'll tell you, the coolest moment on fucking trail, I was at the top of Forester Pass at sunrise, and the three of us were the only three mofos within miles. There is nobody else on fucking trail that morning when we summited Forester Pass at sunrise. And I cannot describe to you, man, with words in the English language, how fucking cool that was. Forester Pass, Glen Pass, Mather Pass. I hit all these passes at sunrise and in the complete snow. And you could hear a fucking pin drop, and it was gorgeous, and I have the video and the pictures, and it was, I'll never forget, like, going down, into the Ray Lakes, and all the lakes were frozen, by the way, and they were starting to thaw. And I saw golden trout for the first time in my life. That was so fucking cool. Or I saw bears walking around in the snow. They gave zero fucks about us, and it was so cool. And I just loved every minute of it. I think at that point in the trail, Nick, it was a new experience because, having been in the desert, yeah, San Jacinto, yeah, the Angeles Crest, there was a lot of snow there. That's a different story. I got a lot of snow there too. But at that point, it was a new experience. And the High Sierra I truly believe this, man. Every person should hike through the High Sierra in the snow at least once in their life. It is a completely fucking different experience because there's nobody on trail. You don't see anybody. You have the entire mountain range to yourself. And this little part of the world, you realize there is a God in heaven, and you realize that this shit is real. And in some of the most harrowing fucking ups and downs were in the High Sierra in the snow. It was a training program for everything else on the trail. Like, by the time I got to Snore Pass, I was ready to go. Because I was physically and mentally prepared. Now, later in the trail, because I was early, I got to Snore Pass on June 1st. I had to hike Northern California, and a lot of Northern California still had snow. I will tell you, the hardest part of through hiking the PCT for me was having to deal with snow after I sent all my shit home at Sonora Pass. Because for me, mentally, and this was a mistake, I had mentally fucking checked out when I got to Sonora Pass. I was like, fuck you, world. I'm sending all my shit home. Like, I hate a bear can. I hate crampons. I hate my boots. I'm going back to trail runners, micro spikes, fuck you, world. I don't care how snowy it is. We're going full send. And I didn't realize how much more snow I was going to have to go through. It was incredible the amount of fucking snow I had to go through in Northern California until I got to where was that place? Oh gosh, Sierra City. Like, from Sonora Pass to Sierra City.
Yeah.
I mean, now when I started that long downhill to Sierra City, that's when I started seeing trail again, like, consistently. And that got my morale up. I'll tell you, going into Sierra City, I was a 28-mile day. That was like, I was super stoked because for the first time in forever, I had not dealt an entire day in snow. And, I started the day in snow, but I ended the day in dry trail. And I even saw a rattlesnake. I was like, this is so fucking cool. I actually saw, like, wildlife again. And because psychologically, the snow was starting to get into my head. Like, I was so sick and tired of being in the snow every fucking day. And, like, and I have it in my videos, I documented it, and my shoes were falling apart and I was having some issues. And I was starting to complain, and, this is just I was on my own, and I was like, just mentally working through all this stuff. And I think Northern California was the toughest part of the trail for me. And I think
I mean,
it is
a
for
lot of people say that.
Yeah. Hey, you there?
Yeah, I think a lot of people this year, no one had boots on. No one was in boots this year. There was not a single person in boots. Everyone got so spoiled this year, and I think as far as like seeing the last rattlesnake anyone
Yeah.
saw was Bernie Falls region.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
so there's that.
Yeah.
Do you think with all of your experience, with all of your snow preparedness, all of your
Hmm.
mountaineering experience,
Hmm.
if you did it again, if you
Hmm.
did it again, do you think you would have gone lighter? Do you think you would have used less mountaineering gear? Do you think you could have done it without crampons?
The answer is maybe. And to me, it's a loaded question. You don't know until you're there. And to me, crampons saved my
Yeah,
ass. Because I'll tell you, so there I was, Mather Pass. I think it was Mather Pass. We camped too close to Mather Pass, and we woke up at 3 in the morning, and we got out of camp, and we were already at the bottom of Mather Pass before the sun went up, and we had to either go right or left, and we didn't know which way to go, so we went left, which was a stupid decision, and we ended up doing some serious rock scrambling, untethered in the dark as the sun was coming up with crampons, ice axe, which aren't it is not the right gear to do what we did. We were pretty stupid, and we made it up to almost the top of the pass after a series of, I would say, careless rock. I wouldn't say careless, just dumb idea of rock scrambles. And I was the third guy in line. I was the last guy in line, and we were probably about a couple hundred yards from the top of Mather Pass, and I post holed my entire like right leg post hold into the slope. And so to the left of Mather Pass before the trail, we weren't on the trail. Basically, my body was just stuck in the snow. And the only way I got out of that was I arrested on my ice axe. I planted my ice axe and anchored my entire body weight and pack weight on my ice axe to get myself out of the post hole and back onto the trail or back onto the path or that the two people in front of me had made to get to the top of Mather Pass. And, if I didn't have that equipment, dude, I was fucked. The ice axe and crampons saved my ass.
I
And
barely used my ice axe,
yeah,
but for the
yeah,
several hundred
yeah,
meters across the
yeah,
entire trail that I did have my
yeah.
ice axe out and it was in the snow
I
and I
used,
was ready to self arrest, I needed
yeah,
it. And
I
it
used
was
my
like,
ice axe.
okay,
So I
yeah,
used my ice axe in Southern California. I used it in the desert. I used the ice
right.
axe in the Sierra. And then I sent my ice axe home at Sonora Pass. And then I just used my trekking poles, in Northern California. And
Yeah, well, so what about
there
the
was some
whippet? What
sketchy.
about the whippet?
So I used to whip it in Southern California. So back up a little bit. So between Campo and what's the name of that town? Oh
Julian,
gosh, no, not
Laguna?
Julie. It's far north, far more north than that. It's before the desert. Oh gosh, I've already forgotten. It's off the Angeles Crest Highway. It's the one with the hardware store where you get the PCT pin. You know what I'm talking about?
Idle, not Idlewild, but it's north of Wrightwood. Is it
Yeah,
Wrightwood?
Wrightwood. Yeah, Wrightwood.
Yeah,
So
it's
so
Wrightwood. Yeah.
all the way to I would say to Cajon Pass, I didn't have an ice axe. At Cajon Pass, I got an ice axe because we knew that from Cajon Pass all the way to Wrightwood, there was going to be a lot of snow. And so I ended up taking an alternate. So I got around Mount Baldy taking the Angeles Crest Highway Route 2. So I walked all of Route 2, road walked, and it was all covered in snow, and there was tons of landslides and stuff like that, rock slides. And, so we ended up, just walking through a lot of snow. And then we did a section before Baldy that we shouldn't have, Mount Williamson, I think. It was really tough.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
and
yeah.
and
Mount
so
Williamson. Checks out.
I ended up having to use an ice axe there, and I actually had to self arrest because I slid down the slope there. I actually had to self arrest on Mount Williamson before Baldy, in Southern California. So I actually got an ice axe at Cajon Pass. And when I was at Cajon Pass, I stayed at the hotel there, which is fucking amazing. So it's like cold and rainy, and we're out there drinking beer and fucking in a hot tub at the pool. It was fucking awesome. But we got an Uber down into the valley. We took I-15 down, and we went down to Rancho Cucamonga. There's an REI there, and I scored an ice axe while I was there because I needed it, and I ended up carrying the ice axe all the way through to Sonora Pass. I have ice axes at home, and my wife was going to send me one, but I ended up using that ice axe all the way from Rancho, from basically Cajon Pass all the way to Sonora Pass. But yeah, I ended up having to use the ice axe in the deserts because it was fucking just snowy as fuck. And, and in the Sierra, there were a couple parts, like, so for example, you guys all had cool experiences. Like, I've never been to Muir Trail Ranch. It was closed. I've never been to VVR. It was closed. I went into Mammoth Lakes for 7 hours to get a new backpack because my fucking shoulder strap was starting to tear on my backpack. So I had to get a new backpack in Mammoth. We were there for 8 hours, and we went back on trail, and we were going north again, after a quick resupply. So I just had a different PCT experience than a lot of people. I hiked Section K.
Yeah.
I did hike Section K until White Pass, not the southern White Pass, US 12, but there's a White Pass by Glacier Peak. I got there, and then I hiked down into Darrington, and then from Darrington went all the way up into the.
That's another thing is like, and also, you had a different snow year, you had these different, all this now, I don't want to cut you off, not to be rude. I don't want to be like, all right, enough of the PCT, but, this all, it boils into what has prepared you for your next hike, which is the Continental Divide Trail, and that's coming up now.
Yeah.
You not only did you deal with all this snow in the Sierras, but when did you finish the PCT? Like, when did you hit what date did you hit the monument?
August 27, 2024. That was
August
a really
27th.
Yeah, it was 159 days, and that day was fucking wild. So the guy I was hiking with at the time, we got to Hawkins Lake, and we decided we're going to pitch up camp there, and we're going to slack pack to the border and back, and we're going to camp at Hawkins Lake. I had a passport and an approved permit to get into British Columbia, but he didn't. So we were going to hike back to Harts Pass the next day on the 28th. So that day it fucking snowed. And between Hopkins Lake, you go downhill for like 5 or 6, 7 miles down to the border. It was a combination of snow, sleet, sunshine, cold rain, and I just remember being so fucking cold when I got to the border. Like the pictures, of me at the border that looked cool, I was freezing my balls off, and I was the coldest I ever was. I got back to Hopkins Lake. It was pouring snow. So I'm in my tarp and I'm in my bug bivvy. That was the coldest. And that was the only one time I regret cold soaking. So when I got to Cascade Locks, I said, fuck it. I set my stove home. And I said, for Washington, I'm going full send. I'm fucking cold soaking. I'm just doing it. And it was great through Washington until the last night. I was breathing. I'm in my bivy sack and my quilt bundled up. It's pouring snow. I lowered my tarp down. I have a flat tarp, and I lowered it down for a storm pitch. And I'm in there, and I'm freezing my balls off. And I'm like, I'm just gonna sleep for a couple hours. I'm starting to get warm. I'll wake up and eat my cold soak ramen later, and I did, and I was okay then, and I slept. But the next morning it was like 25 degrees on August 28th. There was frost everywhere on the freaking trail. And we had to hike 20 some odd miles back to Harts Pass, but we just rocked it. We just fucking crushed it. And I just remember how beautiful it was. But man, I have a lot of regrets. It was worth it, but it kind of informed me, and I think it informed my gear selection for the CDT. And I think my experience, to build on what you were asking me, I'm so fucking tired of snow. I'm hiking Sobo on the CDT. I'm going to start mid to late June and from Glacier, and I'm hiking south to New Mexico. I think that's the best chance to avoid snow. I think if you start in April from New Mexico and go north, you're going to hit snow in Colorado. And, I've already done it. I really have no desire to hit it again. And I just want to reduce the chances of me having to deal with snow. I'm ready to do it. Don't get me wrong, but I want to reduce that probability. So that's my thought process going into CDT next year is instead of going Nobo, I'm just going to wait till June and go Sobo and Glacier.
So you're gonna start in June. You're gonna
I
start in
am.
June.
I am.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Because there was when I got to Cascade Locks
Mm-hmm.
to attend Trail Days
Mm-hmm.
this year, I ran into some folks from the Netherlands that I hadn't
Mm-hmm.
seen in weeks, and they're like, "Hey, oh, we're going to do the CDT in 2020." And I'm like, great,
Yeah.
awesome. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
That sounds great. I need
Yeah.
that goal. I know I'm going to
Yeah.
need that goal. I can't even wrap my head around it right now at this point in time, but I
Yeah.
know that eventually I'm going to need that goal. And there's like Sobo, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
cool. I guess we'll go Sobo. So
Yeah.
do you know the average start date going
I
Sobo
do.
on the CDC?
I
What is
do.
it then?
It's mid to late June.
Mid to late June.
Correct.
So June, July, August, September, October. That puts you in an November finish, basically, if
Correct.
you're doing the
Yeah.
CDT.
My
Okay.
goal is to get the Crazy Cook by mid November of next year. So yeah,
The crazy what?
Crazy Cook. That's the monument at the U.S. Mexican border.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll start at Standing Chief Mountain, which is the Montana Alberta border, Canada, at the northern terminus. That's one of the alternates. The other one's Waterton Lakes. I'm not going to do that since I'm hiking southbound. I'll start from Standing Chief Mountain at the Montana Alberta border, and then Crazy Cook is the monument, which is the southern terminus of the CDT.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
And what's your ideal time frame? Like how
yeah.
long are you trying? What's your time frame?
I'm trying to do it in under 140 days. So I think knock on wood, as long as I don't get injured. So the reason the PCT took me 159 days was because of two injuries. If I didn't have the injuries, I wouldn't have taken 30 days, and I would have probably done it in 130, 140 days tops.
Okay.
Because I was making miles. I mean, I fucking cruised through Oregon. I did Oregon in under 20 days. Um, I was moving. By the time I got to Oregon, I was fucking all burners going. I was averaging 30-mile days, just fucking rocking. But the CDT, I think I'm going to have to figure it out. I think it's going to be a slow start because of Glacier National Park and their regulations with campsites. And then, go through the Bob Marshall Wilderness. And then, there's some choices like the CDT. I don't know how much you know about it, but there's different options and alternates. And so the trail length can be anywhere from 2,700 to 3,100 miles, depending on what routes you take. So I'm going to have to do audibles as I go along, and I don't know. I'm not a detailed planner. I just kind of wing shit, which is contrary to most people in the military. That's a whole separate discussion, but excuse me. But yeah, that's But right now, I think mid to late June start from Glacier, and then my goal is to make it by early November to Crazy Cook, and then call it a trail. I'm excited. I am super pumped. I have always wanted to go through the Wind River Range in Wyoming, and I've always wanted to get 14ers in Colorado. So, to me, this is like a dream come true. It's going to be tough, and I'm excited. And it's similar to PCT. But it's different, man. Like my reasons for hiking the CDT are not the same reasons I'm hiking, the PCT. They're just different fucking reasons.
So
I Yeah,
Backpacker Radio recently did an interview. I don't know if you listen to Backpacker Radio,
I do.
but
I do.
yeah, they did that. They did an interview with a Marine vet named Gabriel Vasquez.
Yeah, Gabe
Uh,
Vasquez. Yeah.
yeah, and now, like, one of my big one of the big fact the big like I was always taught to like respect it's just a thing, but going through some things in life that gave me some pretty gnarly PTSD and some traumatic experiences. One of the things that really helped me to like sort of like cope with that was I'll just put it this way. I'll put it bluntly. I lost my father. My father was a big time friend of mine, dope ass individual. We had a tight relationship. He died at 46 from a sudden heart attack. Sudden fatal heart attack. Passed away. Came out of nowhere. Died in my arms, and it was very very traumatizing. And afterwards, I had a lot of responsibilities to take care of the rest of the family and be there for them, and to cope with that, I had a delivery job where I was driving a truck and I was working like 13-hour, 14-hour shifts, and so I had all this time behind the wheel, and I discovered these interviews with Vietnam veterans that these different newspapers did that posted them online, and they interviewed all these other Vietnam vets. And so hearing all these traumatic stories of guys that were younger than me when they went through this terrible shit, like, oh, I was 19 years old, carrying dead bodies of my friends to the chopper, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then these guys are expected to go just, like assimilate back into normal society. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So military vets, it's like, oh, all right, cool. When I'm around veterans, especially combat veterans, I'm just like immediately humbled. I'm like, all right, cool. It feels like a bit like I'm around big brothers that I never know I knew I needed. And I really, their stories resonate with me big time. And so listening to this guy, Gabe Vasquez, his story was like it was like wow, so do you, when you're on trail, like, and you're around other veterans, and other military, other guys, who have served, like, do you find do you find yourself, do you find that brotherhood is, do you, how does that feel to you?
Oh, so this is just classic. So I go fucking almost 2,000 miles not hiking with anybody who's a veteran. And so I got to Olali Lake, Oregon, and I'm there. And actually, I planned on meeting, and I ended up meeting an old college friend of mine. I hadn't seen him in like 30 years, man. He's a great dude. He lives in Portland. He has a great life. His wife and him are doing great. And this was a great opportunity. He brought me some trail magic. He's been in touch with me the whole trail. He's like, dude, I can't wait to get to Oregon. And so we meet, and we hadn't seen each other in like 30 years. It was a great day. And my buddy and I, shout out to John, great American. We catch up, and afterwards he leaves, and I go back to the Olali Lake store to go buy some stuff because they're going to close up, and I just want to get some beer and stuff. And I run into this guy who's full of just rocking. He's kind of a built dude. He's about my age. But, like, this is going to sound stereotypical, but I can tell from a fucking mile away if a guy's served, if he's a veteran. And I run into this guy. He has tattoos on him. I see the Marine Corps Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. I'm like, all right, the dude's a Marine, And so we hit it up. We start talking. And man, we hit it off like instantly because I think we both knew we were veterans. And so, we start talking. He hands me his business card. I'm like, oh, cool, and he's like, yeah, I'm taking off. I'm not staying here tonight. I'll see you up trail. I'm like, roger that. And I don't think about it. The next morning, I'm one of those guys. I get up at 4 a.m, and I'm on the trail by 5. I'm just an early morning kind of guy. Just fucking get after it. I meet
Do you
this
think
guy
the military had any influence on that?
100
Maybe.
fucking percent. 100 fucking percent. Up before the enemy. Fucking, because here's the deal, dude. You make more miles before noon than you ever will the rest of the fucking day. My goal, my standard was I wanted to be at a minimum 10 miles before 10 a.m. And I usually got 10 miles by 8 a.m. And then my goal was to get 15 to 17 miles by lunch. So then I have the option to either slack off and only do 20 to 25, Or if I wanted to go for it, go for 36 to 40 miles and say, fuck it, you know. So to me, the morning miles matter. And anyways, so that's my mindset, you know, and I know because of that mindset, I pass so many fucking people that are like in their 20s, you know, still slacking off, jerking off in their fucking tents at fucking, you know, 6:37 in the fucking morning. And I don't give a fuck because first of all, that's their hike. Hike your own fucking hike. I don't give a fuck. But to me,
Fuck it,
I don't,
dude. When you're up that early,
yeah,
fuck them all, dude. You're better than
yeah.
them.
And I
You're
like, well,
killing
same.
it.
I like being in camp. So here's the difference. I don't like coming to camp at fucking 9 at night. I don't like coming in when I'm already asleep and a bunch of motherfuckers come in and they're making noise and being a bunch of fucking rude pricks. And I'm not into that shit. That's not my scene. And so, you know, to me, you know, I believe in hiker midnight, just getting over with. That's why I put earplugs on. I don't want to fucking know. I just go to bed, you know. And anyways, I get back to this Olali Lake thing. So I leave Olali Lake and it's 4:20 somewhere. Yes, it is. Um, and so I run into this guy. So he got up at like 6 in the morning or whatever. I run into him on the fucking trail and we hit it up and we start hiking the rest of the day. So that day we hiked like 36 or not 36, about 33 miles together. And from that point, from Olali Lake, man, all the way to Canadian border, we hiked the entire way. He was a Marine Corps veteran. I was a Navy veteran. We just made, you know, just we hit it off. And we called ourselves Team Blue Green, you know, Blue Navy, Green Marine Corps.
Okay,
And
okay. What was his name? What was his name? Was he the guy? Did he have two knee braces?
well, he had two Zen Commando. Yeah, yeah,
Zen Commando.
yeah,
Yes, I recently found him
yeah.
on Instagram. I don't
Yes,
know. Yeah, dude.
dude,
That
he
guy's
is
he's
fucking
insane.
awesome. He
He's
is fucking
insane.
awesome.
He's
Yeah, he is.
insane. And
Yes,
you too, your
yeah,
energy is so perfect
yeah,
because he's
yeah,
got that like do
yeah.
Marines really eat crayons?
Well, I think they do. So, funny story. We're in Washington, and I think so. I made it to Snoqualmie Pass, and then I took 5 days off with Zen Commando, and we went to trail days. And during that time, I was at a restaurant in Southern Washington, meeting up with my buddy from Olali Lake, and we were having lunch. And when I went to get my seat, there was like children's crayons there. Let's go, a little crayon pack. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna grab
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
And
The green, the blue, red, and yellow.
I snuck a fucking pack of crayons in the Zen Commando's backpack. And so when he opened it, he fucking saw that, dude, his reaction was fucking awesome. I was like, dude, here's your resupply, man. You don't need the resupply. And you know, it's like veterans, we just fuck with each other because that's just the way we are. And I mean, there's total respect between veterans. And we had a fucking great time, man. I couldn't have finished the hike any better than with Zen Commando. It was a fucking awesome experience.
He's
And
I remember when I met
yeah,
you, I saw him and
yeah,
I watched
yeah,
you guys hike away and I thought, damn, that is a
yeah.
bow-legged motherfucker.
Oh yeah, we had a fucking blast, man. I mean, it just we could relate as veterans. We could just relate. You know, he had a completely different career than I did, but we just had similar mindsets, and we just had hours and hours of conversation about our lives, just everything. And for the first time in the entire through hike, I actually was hiking with someone I could relate to because you know how it is. Like, so here's my view of through hiking up to that point is, and I'll see your reaction and see how you react to this. So hikers come in one of two fucking overall groups. They're either retirees or they're kids out of college with no fucking clue what to do with their fucking lives. And then you're the rare bird in the mid 30s. Like you're the one off. But most people are either fucking right out of college, broke dick, delaying reality. And then there's people who are retired who are like, they've already lived their lives, who are working lives and like, fuck it, we're going to go do something. And so meeting another veteran, and I just got so much perspective. It was fucking awesome because to me,
Well,
I had financially planned for this. That's a whole different topic, but I was prepared to do this through hike. I could completely absorb it, and it was no hit on me because I had actually been smart enough and lucky because I'm stupid overall, but I was smart enough to at least fucking save some money and have options to do shit in life. And, that was so cool. It made my hike because we just, I mean, so one thing I'll share with you, this is fucking wild. I haven't shared this anywhere else. So
Oh, exclusive. Oh.
yeah. Ooh. So Section K,
Oh.
I said it during my live thing a couple weeks ago, but nobody watched, so it doesn't fucking matter. So this is effectively is the first.
It matters, Bubblehead. It matters, Slide. It matters.
So here we go. Section K, we're at fucking White Pass. We went to Packwood. So we knew that the fucking Section K fires, we're not going to make it through. So we had three options. We're either going to have to do what everyone else was doing, was get to Stevens Pass and find a bus to go all the way to Harts Pass and finish the trail. That's option one. Option two was hike into Western Washington and go around. That was option two. There was an option three, and nobody had ever thought of this because this guy, Zen Commando, his prior experience, he did a bunch of crazy shit in the military, and he knew people. And so he put out a post on his page saying, hey, man, we want to sky blaze the fucking trail. So when I say sky blaze, let me tell you what we fucking did. So the idea was this. We were going to go to Chelan skydiving and pay them to fly us over fucking either Winthrop or Mazama. I forget where it was. And we were going to tandem jump out of a fucking airplane. We were going to land at a fucking airstrip, pick up our backpacks, and continue walking on the fucking PCT and film the motherfucker. And it was going to cost us like
so wild.
Yeah, and we were pretty confident that we would be the first fucking people to ever sky blaze a fucking trail. And so we were like, fuck yeah, it's going to cost us like $1,400. Like, game the fuck on, I'll do it. And so fucking we had a plan. So the only reason we didn't do it was a buddy of mine. I had a preliminary path through Western Washington. I'd figured it out through Gaia GPS and Topo and Caltopo that I think there's some trails because I grew up in Western Washington. So I had an idea. I'd hiked in the Western Cascades. Right. So I'd come up with a route, and that's the only thing that turned us off. Otherwise, we would have fucking gone. We were to the point where we had an LZ. The operator was going to fucking set it up where we pay them. We were going to get on in Chelan, get on an airplane, and fucking tandem jump over the fucking airstrip, land. They were going to film us, fucking our backpacks already on the ground, pick up our shit, and just keep walking. And that was the fucking plan.
That would have been wild.
We were going to fucking sky blaze the PCT, and that would have been fucking epic. And then, yeah.
I read some far out comments about some folks who back in, I think like 2019, they ended up in Mazama. They needed to get over to Seattle. They ran into someone and got a ride in someone's plane over to Bellingham. And so that was like the historical sky blaze of the PCT, etc.
Yeah.
But
that's
I just want to
sky blaze. Yeah.
That's not a real sky blaze. That's not a real sky blaze. And for those who don't know all the different blazes, and I think this is a great opportunity to transition into some more. Let's get into some of the sideline discussions about factors of through hiking and all that stuff. Let's start with blazes. So blazing. There's all sorts of different blazing, and as you through hike, you learn about the different blazing. Now there's blue blazing. Cheers. There we go. Rainier. Vitamin R. Oh, he's got the torpedo.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, he's drinking like a big.
Fuck yeah. You got to go all out, brother. You're going to fucking go all the way. Yeah. Right. That's an awesome commercial.
Rainier.
I remember that commercial growing up. It's fucking awesome. Yeah,
I bet. And the old Rainier Brewery nowadays, it's artist lofts now. So it's artist lofts, bunch of like, it's artist lofts now.
Balls. Yeah, let's just train in our fucking balls and be beta cucks. I mean, really? Fuck, man.
We're gonna get into it. We're gonna talk about beta cucks in just a second here, but first I want to talk about the different blazes. So there's blue blazing,
Yep.
Blue blazing now on the trail. Blue blazing. What is blue blazing?
So yeah, blue blazing. Oh boy. Yeah, you're just taking a different route and taking an alternate, going a different
As
way.
the trail goes this direction, you're gonna have
Yeah,
like offshoots that go up to this. Oh, well, if you're hiking, like technically Mount Whitney is a blue blaze.
it is.
Technically,
It is.
Mount
So
Whitney is a blue blaze.
yep. Yeah. So for example, I did a road walk, in before Wrightwood. So instead of taking the PCT, I took Route 2. I walked California Highway 2 through all the snow and the landslides and all that stuff. That was a blue blaze. But I still did the
There you
same
go.
continuous miles through that section. Exactly.
Right. So, what other blazes do you know about? Do you know about brown blazing?
Brown blazing, I've never heard. Pink blazing, I've heard about. You try to
Okay.
go,
Yeah,
you
you're
try to
chasing
go,
tail.
yeah, you're chasing tail on the trail, right? And
You're
you
chasing
succeed. That's
tail.
pink blazing.
You're chasing.
Yeah,
You're a pussy hound. Like, oh,
yeah,
you're this chick, spider bait. Oh, well, she's going into this town, so I don't really need to go into this town because I've got enough food for the next couple days. But oh, well, she's going in there, so I'll go in. Oh yeah. He's pink
yeah.
blazing in Wrightwood right now.
Right.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
saw
people
that.
were.
I saw some guys trying to do that shit on the AT. I'm like, dude, grow the fuck up. But anyways, to each their own.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
Yeah,
judge. It's all
to
good.
each their own. I'll judge.
Yeah,
I'll fucking judge. I don't give a shit, dude. I'll judge. If you're pink blazing, if you're hiking with the bros, if you're hiking with some guys, if there's three of you and you have a really good bond, and one of the other
yeah,
guys decides like to break that bond because this chick might just be like
yeah.
into
That's a
him,
foul,
but
dude.
he doesn't
Yeah,
really
that's a foul.
know for sure. It's like,
There's
come
nothing
on,
good that's going to
man.
come out of it. There's nothing
No,
good that's going to come
nothing at
out of it.
all.
Yeah,
Because I'll tell you what, I know that
yeah.
you're a man with a wife, so it's a different,
Right.
there's different things going
Even
on, but
then,
I'll tell
set
you what,
set that aside. Just as a single guy, it's just no piece of ass is worth it. It's just not fucking worth it. And it's
no,
just
no,
life has taught me
ultimately,
that is not
yeah,
worth it. It's
you're
not
gonna
love.
have more
It's
reward
yeah,
from
yeah,
being with other men, and what you're gonna get from not chasing tail, what you're gonna get from
sure.
like pursuing an experience with
It is.
other men is gonna be so much better for you than if you chase that tail into town.
It's just better to just stick with the team and yeah, yeah. I think you phrased it differently, but yeah, I agree with you.
I
Yeah,
mean, and
so that's
respectively, I'm phrasing it like a young single man.
yeah, so that's pink blazing. So there's also aqua blazing. So you may not be familiar with that.
I am
So
familiar
like
with aqua blazing.
okay, so aqua
I've
blazing.
never
So on
aqua blazed before, but
yeah,
you're more familiar
yeah.
with it. So explain aqua blazing.
So on the AT, for example, instead of hiking through Shenandoah National Park, you can actually raft up the Shenandoah River going south to
I have to
north.
dip off
For
camera
example.
to grab something. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's aqua blazing. And so instead of taking a trail, you're taking a water route. Let's see. So we've talked about blue blazing, pink blazing, aqua
Ooh,
blazing. I talked
banana
about
blazing.
sky. I talked about sky blazing. So not familiar with brown
What about
blazing.
banana? What
Say again?
do you know about banana? But do you know about banana blazing?
No, dude. I'm like a freaking old guy, dude.
Okay. So banana
All
blazing.
right,
So
educate me.
you've got pink blazing, banana blazing. It's the same thing, but for chicks. So if a dude, if a chick, I actually hiked around a couple of chicks. One of them was from Belgium. The other chick was from Czech Republic, and here's a great example. They were a really dope couple. They were really a couple of fun chicks, really motivated, really positive vibes, good chicks, fun to be around, fun to camp around,
Yeah,
good sense of humor. And I didn't see him for a couple of weeks and ran into this chick from the Czech Republic, and I was like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And she's like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And I'm like, where's your homegirl? Where's your friend?" And she's like,
yeah.
"Oh, she's in town. She's banana blazing." And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, well, she was chasing tails. She met some guy
Chasing the
and
chasing
she
the
was
dick.
after him." Yeah. She was
Yeah,
after some guy. And so that's banana blazing. So brown blazing,
makes sense.
brown, brown blazing can it might be more brown
Got it.
blazing.
Fracking. Yeah, I understand what that is.
Yeah. You're
Man,
going porta potty to porta potty.
it's fascinating. Whatever floats people's boats. I'm not here to comment on people's morals. Um, I just find it fascinating. The trail is like a microcosm of the world. I mean, you can attest to that. I mean, you had some pretty wild experiences watching your videos, and like some of the craziest shit I've seen in my life is on the fucking trail. And anywhere from sketchy hitches to just fucking weird experiences in camp, weird experiences on trail. But it's kind of in a weird, twisted way. It's kind of cool. I mean, I wouldn't do half the
Of
shit I've
course.
seen at all, but it
Yeah.
was funny to watch at the time. And you know, I wouldn't trade it for the world. And like
Yeah.
so, for example, my PCT through hike was kind of a tale of like three different distinct hikes. So the first part in the desert was I went with the tramley. I learned the pitfalls of a tramley. I realized that the tramley is not for
Real
me.
quick, can we just say that even the word tramley, it's fucking gay, dude. It's
Okay,
ridiculous. Tramley, the first time I
sure.
heard someone say tramley, I was like,
Yeah.
excuse me?
All right. So trail
Excuse me?
family. Let's just say
Tramley?
trail.
We can use tramley, I
Yeah.
don't care, but
Yeah.
like people, oh my tramley. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I'm comfortable in my masculinity. But anyways, trail family. So the first 300 miles of the PCT, I experienced the trail family experience, tramley, and I learned a couple. I mean, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have learned a lot of things. But one was don't pair up with people who are different than you, and I mean that in the sense that because you're going to get tired of them. Like so, I mean, my trail family, they're great people. Don't get me wrong. So I want to make it very clear three of the trail family, they're all of them were great, but three of them were really good people, but their risk tolerance and what their goals were for the trail were different than mine. Just radically different. They
Okay,
just
yeah, for
and
sure.
so we
Understandable.
had a difference in values. So that was one. Two, we had a difference in risk acceptance. That's
Okay.
important. I'm not saying groupthink, but we just they would back out of things that I wouldn't back out of. And
Sure.
so as a result, over time, we had to make group decisions because you base it on the lowest common denominator. So we ended up making decisions based on people's comfort levels. And I realized, when we got to Big Bear City, our our trail family was 5 people, counting me, and two of us split off from the other three, and we decided to keep going because I realized at that point with this other guy that he and I had a lot more in common than the other three. And instead of taking a second zero in Big Bear City or Big Bear Lake, we decided to continue west while they stayed for another day. And we never saw them again, by the way, on the trail. And
Never
it's
again.
not a never again, never again.
Interesting.
In fact,
Wow.
all of them, I think, made it to Forester Pass, and after that, I think they left the trail for various reasons. Um, and well, actually, no, one of them she ended up finishing California, and then she finally finished the PCT. So doing California was the last part of the PCT for her. She ended up doing it later, but she got an illness of some kind. I found out later. But anyways, and then the guy I hiked with, he made it to the Sierra, and it turned out he had altitude sickness and he couldn't make it past Forester Pass. And so he got off the trail and ended up hiking some other trails. And I was the only one out of the trail family of 5 that actually finished the PCT. Blind luck, we have our own reasons how we got there. But yeah, the trail family taught me a lot, and I'm glad I did it about that. And the other thing I realized early on in trail was the fucking Far Out app. There is so much fucking hysteria on the trail about, there are so many people in the class of 2024 that flipped from Idlewild, like after the third weekend in a row of snow. We're in Idlewild and it's just pouring fucking snow. It's a Saturday or something. A bunch of people are like, oh my gosh, we don't want to go through, San Jacinto and blah, blah, blah. So we're going to flip up to Walker Pass and hike south. And then there was other people that are like, well, we don't want to go through the High Sierra in the snow. So they flipped up to Northern California. Well, that's fucking retarded because fucking Northern California is full of fucking snow. And in fact, it's worse in some cases. And so, my point is, any advice I would give to people who are online right now about those kind of things is before you just snap to judgment, think through the decision whether you want to go through a section or flip before you do it. Like really think through it because it's not as bad as it's going to be. And pair yourself up with people who have optimistic mindsets, who aren't crazy, who actually are grounded in fucking reality. You need to find based fucking people to fucking hike with. That's really the point. And you don't want to hike with people who are like, just fucking space cadets out in the fucking world. You want people who actually have fucking skills, who actually you can actually trust your life to. And that's how I ended up with the team of 3 that we went through the High Sierra with, because the German guy, he is a freaking Army infantry officer. He's got his shit squared away. And then the other dude was a fucking self-made millionaire. He's a smart dude. And he's got good instincts on making certain decisions. Like he's in his 60s. So, the German guy was in his early 40s. I'm in my 50s. The other guy's
early
in his 60s.
40s, 50s, 60s. So that's a pretty pivotal generational gap right there you had.
Correct.
Like with a lot of wisdom. That's like the ultimate, I feel like, ultimate wisdom years of most men.
Correct. And so, I think from a maturity standpoint, the 3 of us had our shit together. We didn't have all this juvenile shit going through. And when we made decisions, we consciously thought through things. It was not like, it flared up a couple times. Don't get me wrong, because I think when groups are under strain, I think, we had a couple points during the hike where I think my injury added strain to it. Because the other 2 went through the Sierra with no injuries. I had a pretty bad injury on my right ankle, and I had to get
your right
through
ankle.
Yeah, so the leading edge tendon, so on the front end tendon on the front of your foot that connects the front part of your ankle to your foot, it's called the anterior tibialis. I had that. Yep. I had that hyperextended. I was going downhill and my crampon stuck in the snow and I face planted into the snow going downhill and I hyperextended that tendon. It turns out you need that tendon to like stop you from fucking like falling and shit, and you need it for walking. And I thought I'd ripped it, and it turned out that it wasn't ripped, but it was pretty badly injured, and it really affected my ability to push off. And so for like 300 miles, I had to nurse this fucking injury, and I thought it was going to stop me from my hike. That injury, spiritually for me was a turning point in my hike. That actually was a turning point in my life.
Was it now?
It was. And so for the audience, prior to this, I was an atheist. And probably the most desperate part of my PCT through hike was in the High Sierra. And I thought my through hike was over, man. I thought I'd torn this fucking tendon. By the time I got to, I think we got out of, I forget where it was.
This was the injury on your anterior tibialis.
Correct. I got anterior tibialis, and we got off at, so we got to Yosemite National Park. We got to Tuolumne Meadows. It was not open. And so we had to hike out of the park to the east to Tioga Pass. So it's a 7.5 mile walk from Tuolumne Meadows. We did a road walk. And I remember being in so much pain, and we ended up getting the Lee Vining for a 0 day. And I thought at that point that my hike was going to be over, man. I thought my injury was so bad. I was in so much pain. And it was so bad, man. I was taking the maximum dosage of ibuprofen you could take every day. And I was pissing blood. And that was basically my kidney's way of saying,
you were pissing blood.
I was pissing blood, and it was basically my kidney's way of saying, "Hey, fucker, you're taking too much ibuprofen. You need to back the fuck off," right? And so I was pissing this milky white, white and red piss. And I knew I was pissing blood because I pissed blood before in my life. I knew exactly what was going down. The only thing that had changed was I was taking 3,200 grams of ibuprofen a day just to manage the pain. So I was KT taping my ankles and taking 3,200 milligrams of ibuprofen every day, and that was maxing me out. And it was managing the pain. It still hurt, and I thought my hike was over, dude. At that point, I was like, "Fuck." And this is where one morning I woke up and I was so desperate, and I was like, "What am I going to do?" And at that point, I realized, like, God, please help me. Please help me. And at that point, I just surrendered to God. I was like, it's either going to be I finish this hike or I don't finish this hike, and I trust completely in you, God. And at that point in my life, I didn't really, without going
At
into
this
it too
point in your
much.
life, you've had
Yeah,
kids,
yeah,
you've been in a marriage,
yeah,
you've been in service you've been in the military, you've been
yeah,
through a lot of
yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah. And so I decided at that point, man, I was like, it's up to you, God, because there's no other way that I'm going to make this through or not make it through. And I've had experiences in my life prior to that I think everything happens in life for a reason. And I was like, I'm going to trust in God in the process. Every day I'm going to pray. I'm just going to leave it up to you, God, because there's nothing I can do that's going to save me. It's either going to fucking break or it's not. And I trusted God, man, and I got better. And I got to Sonora Pass. I took 3 or 4 days off in Reno, Nevada. That our team broke up at Sonora Pass. We all went our different ways, but I stayed in Reno for a couple of days. I rested, recuperated, and it got better as I got through Northern California. And at that point, I was solo from Sonora Pass all the way to like basically Olali Lake, Oregon. And during that 700, 800 mile stretch, every morning, man, I prayed to God and I just thanked him for just everything he's given me. And it changed the arc of my life. It really did. It really did. And I truly believe that if it wasn't for God, my hike wouldn't have been the way it did, and ended. And
Yeah,
so
well,
I think being solo in the wilderness and just having that time and recognizing there's no fucking way in the world I should have finished this through hike, and I healed. And then I almost tore my fucking ACL in Oregon, and somehow I survived that. And I slid down a fucking scree slope in Oregon, and I arrested myself using my fucking legs by planning and almost ripped my fucking ACL off. And somehow I survived that.
Christ
There's a couple
almighty.
there's a couple times on trail I thought I was fucked, and for some reason I made it through. And I truly believe, man, the reason I'm here today is because I think there's a reason why, and it drew me closer to God. Anyways, not to get too much into the religious stuff. That's for everybody.
Well,
Everybody has to
I
make their
don't
own decisions.
we're here on the stream,
Yeah,
and this is my channel, and I, like, if you don't know that I'm anti-woke and I'm free speech by now, then you can know by now, like, I'm not on a mission to be the most canceled or hated hiker in the community, but I'm on a trajectory to be, and I have no problem with that. And I'm going to keep interviewing other hikers. I'm going to
yeah,
keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep putting out content. And if people want to rock with it, they can rock with it. That's fine. The whole purpose of perpetuating this channel, the Wolverine Hikes channel, is to demystify and be as real as you can be, because that's
yeah,
the biggest thing to me that like hit me with trail, is just how real
yeah,
it is, just how
yeah,
real everyone becomes on trail. And
yeah.
I'm a firm, I believe in, I, I believe in God. I believe Christ died for our sins, and I believe that, like, that He
Amen,
is the
brother.
way and the truth and the light.
Yeah,
I like to consider myself a
yeah,
wannabe Christian.
yeah,
Um, from how I hold myself to, even, like, the reason that I have dreadlocks is
yeah,
because I hold my beliefs as a way that it's just like a way to reflect
Yeah.
the love of God and Christ through me to other people,
Yeah.
because people will see me and they'll be like, "Oh, you're a crazy looking dude," and like, "Oh man, you probably do a lot of acid," and it's like, well, I've never done acid in my life,
Yeah.
and hey, but we could talk about God,
Yeah.
and
Absolutely.
so that's part of the
Yeah.
channel is, like
Yeah.
we can get down and jiggy with it. We
Yeah.
can, we can smoke a spliff, we can crack a
Yeah.
brewski, but ultimately, like we're talking about things in the light of God,
Yeah.
and if you go and spend time in the mountains and you have these moments that you experience on a through hike where
Yeah.
you're like, oh my God, like you say, oh my God, well that's who it is. So
Yeah.
I want to ask a couple other questions and
Yeah.
just kind of like keep spinning off
Absolutely,
of
man.
this in this trajectory we're into.
Right on,
Um,
man.
what do you think? What do you think or do you think that older hikers, when you're on trail, considering the fact that there's people, you're going to run into people in their 20s, 30s, teenage years, um, do you think the older hikers on trail have a responsibility to the younger hikers to set examples for them as human beings? Like, and do you think that's a thing, or do you think like you should just like mind your own? Hey, let them hike their own hike, proverbially, or what do you think about that? Do you think that like
It's a
it's
good
really
question.
important for older?
You're the first person that's ever asked that question to me. That's a very thought-provoking question. So I'm going to answer it in two ways. I'm going to answer from the frame of, if you asked me that while I was on my through hike, I think the answer would be yes. I think folks that are older have a duty to set the example and provide, otherwise young people who've probably not had, and I'm stereotyping and stereotype save time, to set an example that gives them something different that their parents didn't give them. That's one. I think now that I've done a through hike, I've done two through hikes now. Um,
And
I
you're a
think the answer,
parent.
and I'm a parent, I think the answer is, you hike your own hike, you take it or leave it. I don't really give a, because to me, I look back on my own life journey, man. I was an atheist for decades, and it took several events in my life to realize that God is truly there and that Jesus Christ died for our sins. And it took several events in my life to realize that, and I truly believe that everything happens in life for a reason, and that God has a plan for you, and that you have to experience what you experience for you to realize that God's been there the whole time. I truly believe that. And, I'll tell you, like, after my injury recovery, I spent every morning, man, praying to God. I'd get up at 4 in the morning and be on the trail by 5. I saw every sunrise. And for those of you, the viewers who've never been on the PCT, like, seeing every sunrise every morning on the PCT is fucking amazing. Like, in the mountains, like through Northern California, through Southern Oregon, through Central Oregon, like every day I got to see that. And I had hours and hours of conversations with God. And I found through that my faith just strengthened and strengthened and strengthened. And I realized that I am just a fucking dot in the world. But, as a human being, I was made in God's likeness, and that I have a path to walk that I was not walking, when I was a younger man. I had lived a fucked up life. I had made a lot of fucking mistakes. Um, I'd done a lot of wrong things in my life, and God was talking to me. He was talking to me the whole time, and I just didn't fucking realize it, man. I just did not realize that this whole time he was talking to me. I just wasn't tuned into his frequency. And it took the PCT through hike and injury and overcoming the adversity of it to finally realize that God was there the whole time. And I owe a through hike to giving me that window and to doing that. And as a result, I'm going down that path now. And it's been the greatest thing that's ever happened in my life. I truly
Well,
think, and I truly think that the through hike opened doors for me, and then how I got to the decision, by the way, to hike the CDT is a different story. You didn't ask me about that. Happy to talk about that, because I actually didn't plan on through hiking the CDT until a certain series of events happened in my life a month ago. And then I was like, because I was just going to hike the Colorado Trail and just call it good. But
I
then
was really shocked when I saw your now when I heard
yeah,
it was you actually
yeah,
DM'd me and you were like, "Hey,
yeah,
I think I'm thinking about hitting the
yeah,
CDT," and I was
yeah,
shocked. I was like,
yeah,
"Really?" Because you
yeah,
know, like the way
yeah,
that you are with social
yeah,
media, the way that you
yeah,
are with your channels, you know, you're really measured and you're
yeah,
really, you know, like you're not militant in a sense that it's like, you know, in a negative way. You're militant in a sense that, well, if you're going to do something, we're probably going to hear about it, and we're going to hear about it.
yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, 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 yeah. So here it was, man. Here, so here it was, man. So ever since my PCT through hike, after I came back, I decided, I'd read the Bible. I read the entire Bible, and I had come to the conclusion, personal conclusion, that, becoming a Catholic was the right thing for me. And so I went down that path, and I'm still down that path, and I'm on track to
So
bring in the Catholic Church.
Catholicism is like the
Yes.
pathway that you've chosen. Okay,
Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. And right now I'm on track for being
that's cool.
baptized and confirmed on Easter this upcoming year. So it's been great,
Okay,
and
okay.
all the glory to God. And so, anyways, so a month ago there was scripture readings, and one of the things that's beautiful about the Catholic faith is that regardless of where you go in the world, the readings for the entire Catholic Church are the same every week. And so that week, the readings were from the Gospel of Luke, and it talked about the center theme was, you know, not really caring about your material possessions on earth. Instead, those things don't matter in the kingdom of heaven. And so that was the theme during that week. On a Wednesday, a buddy of mine who was a fellow submariner, he's a friend of mine, mentor. He had through hiked the AT, through hiked the Colorado Trail, Tahoe Rim Trail. He's a great dude. He and I were on a chat, on a FaceTime chat, and he challenged me, and he said something that was really interesting. He said, "Hey, brother,"
Oh, another
he said,
submariner challenged you.
"Yeah." So he challenged me. He said, "How much is enough in your life, man? Like, do you realize at your point in life, you're trading your life force for money?" And I'm like, fucking A. It just hit me like a ton of rocks. And he said, don't answer this, but he says, go read this book. And I said, okay, great. He says, but how much is enough in your life? How much work do you have to do? And where are you being called by God to do other things? And I said, that's a good question. So I got off the conversation with him. That was on a Wednesday. On a Friday, I was going to a local gun range. I go to a local gun range. I'm a member there. I one of the things I took up after I left the military was I want to improve on my marksmanship. Anyways, it's a hobby. It's fun. So I go to this gun range. This one dude, Ed, that I normally talk with and shoot the shit with. He's like a couple years older than me. Shoots the shit, just jokes with me and makes fun of me and all this shit. And it's on a Friday, and he's like coking and joking with me, and we leave. I leave. I find out the next morning that 2 hours after I talked to him, he dropped dead of a massive heart attack.
Oh
Before I found,
no!
yeah,
Fuck!
so before I found out about that on Saturday morning, I was out for a run, and I run by this neighborhood I normally run by, and I never see signs in the lawns and stuff. And there was a sign, two signs in the lawn, red signs with white lettering saying yards or estate sale. So I have scripture readings basically telling me that, the possessions of this world don't really matter in the kingdom of heaven. I have a friend of mine challenging me with going, why do I have material possessions, and like what's I'm trading my life for money. And then I have a friend of mine just dropped dead of a heart attack, a couple years older than me. And then I see the yard sale signs. I'm like, I think God's trying to tell me something. I truly think God's trying to tell me something. And that's when I realized, I'm like, fuck, man. And that's when I decided that morning, that Saturday morning, fuck it, I'm hiking the CDT. I'm going to hike the fucking CDT because, you only live life once. And since that time, I've had two other friends have just fucking died. And I'm like, you only live once in this world. And, there may be a reason why I'm doing this. And maybe, between now and June, God has a different plan for me. But right now, my plan is I'm going to go hike the fucking CDT. And so
It's
that's
funny.
kind of what drove me there.
I say that a lot to, and my mom, who is like the biggest in my, she's my only family. She's the biggest influence on me as a family member, and she's always supported. She's responsible for me even being into the outdoors because, like I said before, I had hippie punk parents, and my mom was the catalyst of getting of when I was a child being like, hey, the kids need to be in the wilderness. The kids need to
Yeah,
be in the mountains. They need to be in nature, etc.,
yeah,
etc. Like I tell her like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hike. Oops, lost my phone there. And I tell her, yeah, now I'm done with the PCT. She's like, oh my gosh, you did your dream, and I'm like, yeah, I did my dream, but now I'm gonna go do the CDT, and after
yeah,
that, I'm gonna do the AT. And she's like,
yeah,
she always says she's so grounded in her face. She's always, oh, yeah, okay, cool. I
yeah,
support that. I think that's great. If God wills
yeah,
it, then I guess she'll do it.
yeah,
And I'll just be like,
yeah,
fuck, like, no,
yeah,
mom, this isn't a
yeah,
phase. I'm gonna do
yeah.
it. But it is the utter truth. There's actually, and you know what? I want to bounce this. This is off some interpersonal shit with you.
Okay.
I think there was this is crazy. Um, Yesterday I was thinking about this interview,
Yeah,
and I was thinking about us chatting on the live stream, and I was like,
yeah,
oh man, I'm really stoked about this. I think this is great. This is fantastic. Whatever. And I was like, shit, I went onto your Instagram. I scrubbed your Instagram for pictures of you looking like a badass that I could, screenshot and clip
yeah,
and then repost to promote this interview.
yeah,
And as I was doing that, I saw a story post you made where you were like, or no, it was your most recent Instagram post, and you were like, you mentioned the Offspring,
yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah.
and,
Freaking
and
awesome band, man.
Smash. Yeah, they're a great band, and Smash was actually the first cassette tape that I ever really owned. My
Nice.
my parents gave it
Fucking
to me when I
classic,
was
dude.
11 years old. They're
Fucking
like, "Hey,
classic.
it's time for
Yeah,
you to own a cassette. You're a grown boy now. Here you
yeah,
go." And there was actually a point when I left Paradise Valley Cafe down in the desert. I was hiking along by myself before I had a tramily, and I was singing one of those songs out loud, and I met this great family with as a husband and a wife and their son. They were hiking the trail together, and I came across them around the corner, and they're like, hey, we heard you singing The Offspring, belting it at the top of your lungs. And I was like, oh shit, like, yeah. And
yeah,
I know that you have, you're rooted in a base sense where you have a love for different music, different culture, and a love for punk rock. Obviously, now, like what you just said over the last like 15 minutes, all I could think of was this Bad Religion song.
mhm,
And for those viewing, Bad Religion is a punk rock band that was founded in Southern California in 1980, 82. And they're prolific. They've put out tons of records after they were formed. But one of their earliest records, Suffer, which was put out in, I believe, 84, maybe 86, has a song called How Much Is Enough. And what you
yeah,
said was
yeah,
so
absolutely.
inspiring that I decided to pull up the lyrics, and I want to read them real quick.
Right on, man.
So these are the lyrics to How Much Is Enough by Bad Religion. Tell me, can the hateful chain be broken? Production and consumption define our hollow lives. Avarice has led us across the ocean toward a land that's better, much more bountiful and wide. So when will mankind finally come to realize that his surfeit has become his demise? How much is enough to kill yourself? That quantity is known today as we blow ourselves away. Now
Oh,
there's some $1.75 words in here. There's some
yeah,
anecdotes in here, but the to sum it up, how much is enough?
yeah,
How much is enough?
yeah,
And how much is enough to kill yourself is the final line of the song.
yeah,
At what point are you going to realize like how much like these hours at work, this
yeah,
salary at the
yeah,
job, or and this is something I don't think a lot of thru hikers or hikers want to think about, which is you know what if you want to triple crown
yeah,
and that might not happen for you, kind of like you were
yeah,
saying, like
yeah,
at
yeah.
what
So it's
point, and what's it going to take for you
yeah,
to lay that down?
yeah. It's a lot of folks in my peer group who have served and go on. I think it's nothing against them. We all make our decisions in life. Um, they want to pursue the next big thing. They want to be a CEO of a company. They want to go do things like that. That's cool. Totally respect that. But I also realize that, I've gotten to a point in my life where we have to write our own chapters. We have to write our own, things. And I don't know what journey God wants me to go on, but I know that the journey that I'm on, the trajectory I'm on is changed. And I've realized I'm like, shit, I need to go do this. I need to go try something different. And, I've already done the PCT. I've done, 61% of the Appalachian Trail. Um, CDT is the next logical thing. I've always wanted to do it. It was the coin flip, right? I flipped tails. I ended up doing the PCT. And so CDT is the next thing. I have different reasons why I want to do it. Um, but it's important to me, and it's something that I want to continue to grow as a person, and try to walk closer with God, and also try to challenge myself. And it's not a 9 to 5 job.
Do you think through
Let's put it
hiking
out
is
there.
selfish?
I think when you're younger and you have obligations, it is. But I think I'm at a point in my life where my children are grown, and yes, it is in a way selfish. But at the same time, I also realize that there's a reason why I'm doing this. And like, for example, my first through hike, I became closer to God because of it. If it wasn't for the through hike, I would have never done that. And so I truly believe that it is important. And I used to think it was selfish. Now I think it's just part of life, man. I, I have a different
How much
opinion
of
of
the
it.
Appalachian Trail community have you like been privy to, as far as like the
Um,
kind of like weird hippy dippiness, which we all hear
yeah,
about? How much of
I've
that
I've
have you
seen
been exposed to?
I've seen a bunch of it. The AT actually inspired me to either hike the CDT or the PCT, so I guess that's part of it. And I did my
And you chose to
shakedown
not
hike.
hike the
Yeah, and I did my
AT.
shakedown hike. I did a 170-mile shakedown hike before the PCT, by the way. So before I ever set foot in Campo, I hiked from Springer Mountain, Georgia to Fontana Dam, North Carolina. So I did the first 170 some odd miles of the PC or the AT.
And what time of year
In
was that?
in February, in the coldest part of the winter in the southern mountains,
So you
because I wanted to
probably
test my
didn't
gear
see
for
a
the
lot
high
of other
Sierra.
AT through hikers.
I didn't see that many, and that was good. Yeah, and I did it to test my gear for the high Sierra, and I did a shakedown. I found some
Sure, yeah.
deficiencies. It was good. So yeah.
So, like, what do you think about the rumors that you hear, that a lot of us hear, about the AT being just this drug fueled, just absolute Grateful Dead parking lot of a hike? Like, what's your opinion on that?
I think there's a lot of drug use on the AT, but it's not. It's probably the same as the PCT, man. I just think the AT, because there's a higher population density. I think there probably
Okay.
is more of it, but I think it's about the same.
Have you ever done drugs?
I have never done
You
an
don't have
illicit
to
drug
answer.
in my
You don't
life.
have to answer.
No, I've
You
I've
don't have
never
to
done an
answer.
illicit drug in my life, actually. Yeah. So there's the answer.
Did you feel before the PCT? Now, I'm not into drug culture. It's not a thing for me. I've never ever done a single snort of coke. I've never taken a tab of acid. I am a psilocybin proponent. I do believe in psilocybin therapy and the medicinal use of psilocybin and cannabis in a medicinal sense. Um, However, when it comes to like the recreational drug use, like let's all get fucked up off drugs. I think alcohol is probably the most potent and vehement and probably the worst drug for anyone out there as I sip this Rainier beer. But everything in moderation, of course. And we're imbibing as adults. But when it comes to like let's all get fucked up, and I got quite fucked up on trail multiple times. However, it did bring about like a point in me where I was like, you know what, I need to rein in this youthfulness. And as far as drugs go, before the trail, I definitely saw a lot of people who were on Reddit, who were on Facebook, who were on Instagram that were like, is there going to be drugs? Like, do I have to worry about that? And also, like, where can I find that? Both sides of that coin. And I think there is a huge culture of that on the AT, clearly, because it bleeds through and people talk about it. And that's, to me, that's something that I have reservations about, to where when the time comes, Lord willing, the creek don't rise, that I get to do the AT.
Yeah.
I am going to be doing it and trying to avoid that kind of subculture, because I don't really
Yeah.
want to take part in that. And I don't have any
Yeah.
judgment against it, but I want to take part in it. And I've heard
Yeah.
some pretty nasty stories about it. What do you think about those nasty stories about the vehement drug culture on the AT? What do you think about that?
So yeah, it's a good question.
And
This is
also,
gonna come.
we've been on here for an
Yeah.
hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So at any
Yeah.
point, if you're like, hey man, I need to wrap up, do
Yeah.
you got to go? It's
No,
6:28
I'm good,
here. So
man.
6:70.
I'm
All
good.
right,
I
cool.
got tomorrow
Cool.
off,
Then
so
awesome.
yeah, I
Great.
got.
So what do you think? What do you
So
think about that then? What's your
so I'm
opinion
gonna
on that?
I'm gonna answer my question through a lens that is different than yours. I've never done an illicit drug in my life, so that's the lens on which I view the world. I truly believe if you
You didn't
don't look
inhale?
for, I've never done it. Never smoked weed in my life, man. And
I think that's cool.
so it is what it is. I have no judgment against those who've done it. It's not my point in life to judge people on that. You do what you do. So through my lens, to answer your question, if you look for it, it'll be there. The only time it was ever in my face on the AT was a couple times. One time was no shit. I got off the trail somewhere. It was in northern Maine. I got off the trail. It was in central Maine. I'm sorry. And I was trying to get a hitch into town, and this dude picked me up, and the wind was blowing in such a way I didn't realize it. But as soon as I got in the car just reeked of fucking weed, and I was like, "Holy shit, this dude's stoned." And we're going like 50, 60 miles an hour down a winding mountain road, and I'm like, "Holy shit." That was one. Another one was I hitched a ride in, I think it was in Virginia, and the ride I got, the dude was fucking hammered. I didn't realize the guy was drunk as fuck, and we were going down this mountain in a fucking truck. And I realized at that point that you know things happen. I'm I'm kind of at the mercy. I made the decision. I made a poor decision. Probably should have thought before I pulled the trigger on the hitch. Um, I think
Were
the
you by
culture
yourself?
is. I was. Oh, by the way, and for your viewers, I have done most of my through hiking and hiking career, and I've hiked probably about 4,000 miles. I have done most of it solo. I truly believe if you don't actively look for it, the odds of being around drug culture go down. Because again,
Yeah.
I hiked the entire PCT. I found very few people who did drugs on the PCT. I'm pretty sure, and I knew who they were. I can count on one hand, man, how many people I ran into that routinely did drugs. And
Yeah.
the popular drug was not weed, is actually alcohol. I could tell the alcoholics. Now on the AT, so this summer, this is the part that's really fucking weird, is the people that really they don't freak me out, but they concern me and my guard level goes up, are people who
Sure.
are alcoholics who have mental disorders. So when I was on
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
long trail, I mean the long trail, it's only 271 miles. It took me 20 days to hike. When the first 106 miles south to north are share the Appalachian Trail, so I stopped in a hostel on the long trail Appalachian Trail, and one of the guys that came in, the drinking policy at this hostel was no drinking or drugs at the hostel. This guy came in and he was fucking hammered already. And
Right.
I could already tell that he had a mental disorder. He's fucked up and he's self-medicating. And he just wouldn't stop fucking talking to me. And I could just tell, like, dude, I'm not getting any sleep tonight. This guy he's in my bunk room. He's just gonna fucking just annoy me all fucking night. And so I've learned over time how to manage these kind of people. Anyways, just out of the blue, he's out of the kindness of his heart, he just decides to leave in the middle of the night and go crash on the couch and allow me to get a couple hours of sleep. But those kind of people worry me, is people who legitimately are lost souls, who have mental illnesses, who have real addictions. And to me, it's not weed, it's alcohol.
Yeah,
People
and it's
people do
surprising
weed.
how many
Yeah,
people that you run
yeah,
into that are
yeah,
not mentally sound that'll be like,
right,
yeah, let's get fucked
yeah,
up.
yeah.
They're buying a
It's
six
not
pack or they're,
Yeah, it's not people who do weed. It's people who do alcohol. Those are the people that I worry about. People with mental illnesses plus alcoholism. And then on the PCT, I ran into one person who was a functioning alcoholic. And the telltale signs are very obvious. As soon as you get into town, the first thing they buy, they don't buy food or buy meals. They go buy a 12-pack and they load it in their backpack. That already tells me right now you're an alcoholic. You're 100% fucking alcoholic. And again, it's not for me to judge. I just know you're an alcoholic. And I can
yeah.
tell if you're a happy alcoholic or a
God, there were
fucking
so
deranged
many of them
alcoholic.
on trail. There were
Yeah, there are.
so many
There
other
are
kids
so
on trail.
many of
I
them.
say kids because
Yep.
I say kids because I consider
Yeah.
myself a kid,
Yeah.
and there was
100%.
so I saw there's so many other
Yeah.
kids, and I was one of them
Yeah.
at times, sure, but there was a difference in the kids that it was like, oh, I
Yeah.
see you, and you're just like fucked in
Oh,
town
yeah.
all the time, and you're like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
sure. I get into town, I
Yep.
want my cold brewski, but at the same
Yep.
time, like there's some kids. That actually reminds me because there was this one time where was it before Bernie, Old Station, I think.
Yes.
Old Station, I ran into this kid and I wanted to ask you about this. What do you think? What's your opinion on people using food stamps on a hike?
I don't have an opinion because I've never seen anyone use EBT on a through hike. So that's a new
Really?
angle to me. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think part of and so let me offer you the reason why I probably have never seen it. I'm just going to throw this out. I could be completely fucking wrong. Yeah, I'm just going to say it. I think the difference between hikers who are in their 50s and hikers who are in their 20s is I have more money. Truth be told, I've lived an entire fucking adult life. I've had a successful career. I've saved a bunch of fucking money. My hiking budget was way fucking more than the average 20 something. And so when I pulled into towns, my
What
first
was your
goal was
hiking
get
budget?
my hiking budget. I had
And I'm
$14,000.
going.
I had
Okay.
$14,000 the hiking budget, and I didn't
Okay.
spend all of it. But I had $14,000 set aside for my hiking budget, and I spent less than that. But I was close to it because I had a bunch of gear fails, and I also made conscious choices. Like, so this is the difference, I think, between someone my age and someone in their 20s. When I got into town, the last thing in the fucking world I wanted to do was hang out in the hostel with a bunch of 20 somethings who smoke pot, hang out, drink a bunch, and do a bunch of shit. I mean, they're great dudes. I don't give a fuck. But when I got into town, I just wanted to fucking do my shit, fucking do my chores, get my resupply, get some fucking rest, take a shower, and be civil and talk to my family. And again, this is 52-year-old Rob. This is not 25-year-old Rob. And that's a very important
Do you
distinction.
think
But
do you
if I
think
was
30-year
25,
old Rob would have wanted to be with those kids?
oh yeah, 100 fucking percent. Oh, I would have fucking
Sure.
gone in and done all that shit. So to me, I just want to make that as a caveat. I think your station in life actually determines some of your outlooks on things. And frankly, I could afford a fucking hotel room. I don't Sure. My default was if I could go in on a hotel room and split it with 2 or 3 people, awesome. That would actually lower the cost. Awesome. But there were times where, like Ridgecrest, California, fuck the world. I'm getting a room to myself. I'm going to enjoy a day off. I'm going to recover and I'm going to, just get the fuck away from everybody. So, you know, I am an extrovert, but as I've gotten older, I have introvert tendencies. And I get to the point where I'm like, bro, I just need some time to like get my shit straight. And I just need time
Yeah.
to talk to my family and do my shit. And it's not against anybody else, but as human beings, this is part of the psychology of a through hike. The what makes the through hike different
Oh,
than like a
God.
long ass.
Psychology of a through hike.
Yeah, so instead of like a long ass section hike, the section hikes are radically different. And oh, by the way, I have the utmost respect for section hikers because section
Oh,
hiking is
me
a
too. Me
thousand
too.
fucking percent harder
Me too.
than a through
Yes.
hike.
Me
But a
too.
through hike has
100%.
a psychology to it. It has a
This
psychology
is
to
true.
it
This
where
is true.
you're just like you're after a while, you're just like, I just need a fucking day to reset. And at least for me, as long as I got like an afternoon or an evening to just fucking reset and unplug, I was ready to go. I was good to go for the next day. Roger that. I'm on my way. For me mentally, I never, ever, ever on my entire through hike of the PCT ever thought about quitting. Never fucking even dawned on me. I had one day, it was day 89, and I have it on my video. I was just having the worst fucking day of my life, and I was just having a fucking pity party and being a little bitch. And I ended up having a staff meeting with myself and I pulled out my reasons why I'm through hiking for one time the entire hike. And I sat down on the trail as I was having a pity party for myself, being a
Yeah,
pathetic
have
little
that
bitch.
conversation.
And I just fucking read it out loud to myself, my 4 reasons why I'm doing my through hike. And I said, you know what? None of those reasons are invalid, double negative. And I'm like, why the fuck am I complaining? It's like, get off your ass, get the fuck back up, and go fucking walk to the. And after that, it was all good to go. And that was the one time on trail where I was just having a pity party, a bad day for myself.
Would you
Because
consider
yeah,
that? Would you consider that your hardest mental day on trail? Is
yes,
that fair to
yes,
ask?
100%. It was in Northern
That was your
California.
hardest mental day on trail. Really, your hardest like mental,
Yeah,
emotional day on trail. That was it for
yeah,
you.
yeah, that was it for me because my shoes were falling apart. I couldn't get my shoes. I just realized that day that I wasn't going to get my shoes in the town I was going into. I would need to nurse my shoes for another 140 miles. I was devastated by it, and I didn't know if they were going to last. The snow would just not fucking stop, and I was slipping and falling and just fucking hanging life. And I was just being a bitch.
Ugh.
I was just being a whiny little bitch to myself. And I was like, in that moment of mental weakness, I just sat down on the trail. I literally just stopped, man. I just took my pack off, set it on the fucking ground, sat down and said, I'm not fucking moving a single more fucking step until I unfuck myself. I'm going to pull out my book. I'm going to look at my reasons why I'm through hiking. I'm going to reaffirm to myself. I'm going to just get my fucking head clear. And I did. So for about 15 fucking minutes, I just sorted my shit out. I called it a staff meeting. I had a fucking staff meeting. And I
Yeah,
just aired
yeah.
my fucking grievances. I realized I was being a bitch. And, this is the thing that got me over the edge. There are thousands of people that would give up fucking their left testicles to be where I'm at, in the position I'm in. I'm in the middle of the fucking woods. I smell like ass. I'm a homeless fucking bum. I'm in Northern California, but I have freedom. I can do anything I fucking want. And I just realized at that point how blessed I am. And I have zero fucking reasons to complain. I signed up for this and it's testing me. And there's a reason why this is happening. So I need to shut the fuck up and move on. And at that point, it became good. And the rest of my through hike was fine. It was day
Look at
89. That was
looking
it.
around you, all the cats that hiked around you, and this is not concerning, like young jits,
Yeah.
kids who had joints made of rubber. Uh, who were some of the strongest hikers you saw? like strongest. Like I remember hiking around a guy who was who's I think had 10 years on you, who was in
Yeah.
his 60s, and he was like
Yeah.
he had been like on the Olympic track cycling team for America in 1984. So like, who were some of the strongest
Yeah.
hikers that you hiked around? That you were like hike
Yeah.
around and be like, damn, this guy's a fucking human athletic masterpiece. Like, who
So
were some of those
strength is an issue.
hikers?
So your question infers physical strength. I
Yeah,
met plenty of
physical and endurance and
yeah,
all that. Guys,
yeah,
people who are able
yeah,
to, I say guys,
yeah.
women,
So
women count too. Shout out to the
yeah,
ladies.
yeah,
But like,
yeah.
who are the
Oh,
hikers
oh
that you
gosh.
saw? There was like, oh wow, like
Yeah.
that fool is fucking
Uh,
strong out here, dude. That guy,
fuck man.
or she's
There
fucking
were
mad strong out here,
there
man.
were God, dude. There were so many. I can't even count, man. How many hikers were so much stronger than me physically? Like I can't even count on one hand. They're just
Fuck if
complete
they were
studs.
stronger than you. I mean, like
Yeah,
studs. Like talk about the
yeah,
studs, the chicks,
yeah,
the
yeah.
dudes. Like
No, it's dudes and dudettes. I mean, some of the strongest
yeah,
hikers
yeah.
I've ever met in my life were women. I mean, they're just incredibly resilient people. To me, your question comes in two bins. I think there's a physical side. Like, for example, when I went to the Sierra, I was the fucking, the anchor holding everyone down. The
Yeah.
65-year-old guy and the 41-year-old guy were way fucking better than me physically as hikers. Um, you know, now I didn't let on to them the pain I was going through and the shit I was going through. And I learned a lesson from that, by the way, because I became resentful, and this is a bad thing. I, it's nothing against them because they didn't know all the shit I was going through. But the fact that they just kept pressing on and they didn't realize the shit I was going through, it's nothing against them, but I just held a false resentment against them. And I realized that after the hike that was a bad thing, and that I should not harbor that kind of will towards other human beings. And that was part of my spiritual growth, by the way. That was super important to me. I learned that from my hike. But I realized that you know it's one thing to be a physical stud. I think it's really important that you have mental resilience because and I think you could agree with me that a
Yeah.
through hike, a through hike really tests you mentally. I see the question: how would a military bivy and tarp setup work on trail? So, funny
Good
story.
question. Yeah.
Eddie Ruiz '05 Foxtrot. Number one, I used the tarp basically from not Sierra City, from Chester all the way to Canada, and yeah, I didn't use a military tarp. I used a Hyperlight DCF tarp and a bug bivy. It's cool. I don't recommend using a bivy and a bug bivy and a tarp for through hiking. 90% of the through hiker population should never even dare to fucking do that. I had previous experience with
Listen
tarps,
up, kids. Listen up,
and
kids.
here's the deal: you're tired, you've hiked a 30-mile fucking day, and if you want to spend the next 30 to 40 minutes of your fucking life setting up the right campsite and setting up a tarp and getting into your shelter, then tarp camping is for you. Whereas you can just rock up the fucking camp, pitch your fucking tent in 5 to 10 minutes, and you're in the motherfucker. And while I'm out there circle jerking, still trying to fuck with my tarp.
Great feeling.
I mean, I liked it because I like tarp camping because I'm a sadist. For 90% of the people who through hike, I do not recommend a tarp and a bivy. I did the long trail with a bivy sack when I had our tarp with me. But again, that's how I roll. You are not me. We're built different. And so now for the CDT, truth be told, I am
It's
hiking
so
with
much different when you're out there every single
yeah,
night. When
100
it's
fucking
just like
percent,
a
bro.
couple of nights. When it's just a
100.
couple of nights, you can get by. You
I,
can be like, oh fuck. But if you're out there
I,
every single
yes,
night,
I did 1,400 miles of the PCT with a fucking tarp. Okay, so I'm qualified to talk about this. So I've done 10, I've done tarp, I've done both. I've camped in fucking dry river beds with a tent
Even
and gotten
cats who are
sandblasted.
doing
Yeah.
calendar year triple crowns are not using tarps. They're still using soloplexes
Correct.
or solo
Correct.
mids. You know, they're
Correct.
still safe from
Correct.
bugs. You're out there, you know, like even if you're using your bug
Yeah.
bivy, because I
Yeah.
remember watching some of your videos where you were like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm in Oregon, mosquitoes are fucked. I'm in this bug bivy, thank God." But you're
Yeah.
still what most people don't see is
Yeah.
that 15 to 20-minute period of night where you're
Yeah.
in camp. You're not cooking a food. You're not cooking dinner.
No.
You know, you're
No.
not, you know, or sitting around the campfire. You're
No.
busting your britches to try and get this fuck of a
Right.
tent or this fuck of a tarp pitched so
Yeah.
that, you know, that you
Yeah.
can get out of some rain or protect yourself from these bugs. And no one
Correct.
sees that,
They
you
don't.
know,
And
and you get
you know, I'm kind of kicking myself, Nick, for not filming that, because in hindsight, I probably should have filmed it to give people the experience of that. Because for the CDT, I'm bringing a fucking tent, a 2-person tent actually, and
which
you
one are you going
know,
to use? Duplex?
no, actually, so because I'm a sadist, I'm using a Hyperlight Unbound 2 tent, which I used on the PCT, because
Oh,
Hyperlight repaired it for free. Now, to everybody in your audience right here, never buy a Hyperlight tent. In fact, just buy a fucking tent that has the least amount of zippers. And right now in the market, you know, your
just
best
go to Big
DCF tent.
Agnes.
Well, I mean, you go Big Agnes,
Just go to Black Creek.
or I would just say, you know, just
Just
bite
get a
the bullet and
Nemo.
just get a fucking Z-Packs tent with the fucking, you know, clip-on fucking vestibule and move on. Because to me, the more moving parts, the more failure points. The desert in the PCT taught me one fucking thing: is the more moving parts, the more shit's gonna break. I had more
Zippers
tent,
died.
I had more zipper issues and tent issues on the fucking
Zippers of
PCT.
mortality.
The PCT broke my soul on fucking equipment. And, you know, I am thankful for that high, besides the spiritual aspect I talked about previously. But to me, you know, I learned so much about equipment on the PCT. And, you know, so for the CDT, I'm bringing a tent. I am bringing a heavier backpack. I could give two fucks less about my base weight. My base weight when I finished the PCT was 18. Was actually 10. Was actually 9 pounds. I carried when I reached the
Oh my
Canadian
god.
border. My total pack weight with food and water was 18 pounds when I reached the Canadian border of the PCT. And
Crazy.
keep in mind when I left Kennedy Meadow South, it was 42 pounds. Because so from like Sonora Pass until like Cascade Locks, I went on this crazy psycho fucking at every place I could stop, just get rid of shit, fucking jihad quest, and I just sent shit home. And I was playing this dumb game of chicken where I was getting like lighter and lighter. And at some point it was going to bite me, and it did, because as I mentioned at Hopkins Lake the last night of the PCT, I froze. Um, and that's when I, you know, reached the level of stupid. And so the CDT being a whole different game, I'm just like, fuck it. I don't care. I'm bringing a heavier backpack. I don't give a fuck. I'm bringing a tent. I'm actually, my sleeping bag liner is going to be merino wool, which is a couple ounces heavier. Again, I don't give a fuck because I like comfort. And, you know, I had back surgery like, you know, back in 2010, and I'm a side sleeper forever. And so sleep is kind of fucking important to me now. And, you know, and I'm bringing a regular pillow, by the way. I'm bringing what's it called? A Thermarest camp pillow, which is not inflatable. It actually is poofy. It weighs a couple more ounces. It takes up more space, but I don't give a care. I don't care because it's my weight. I'm carrying it. You're not. I don't give a fuck. And so to
Ah,
me, yeah, and I'm also carrying a ULA circuit now, which is a much bigger pack, which is awesome. I love the ULA
let's
circuit.
go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I mean, I was a
ULA for
Hyperlight.
life, baby.
Yeah, I was a Hyperlight guy for thousands of miles, and Hyperlight's a great pack. It
That's
has its
cool.
limits. If you want to get
If
on
it
a different
works on your
discussion,
shoulders, that's
yeah.
fine.
Let's see.
Is
The
a poncho
advice.
instead of a rain jacket enough for the PCT? I'm reading. This is a question. I
Yeah,
actually pulled this off Reddit. Is a
yeah.
poncho instead of a rain jacket enough for the PCT?
Yeah, probably. But I would
What about
still
that
bring her.
disposable poncho?
I
Got
would
like
still
little
bring.
99 cents on.
I wouldn't do that. That's stupid because you're going to get at some point you're going to run into a scenario where you're actually going to need proper fucking survival gear. Especially
Yeah.
like a lot of people. I mean, not the stereotype, but stereotype save fucking time. A lot of people that ask that fucking question are motherfuckers that start in like May and go like, "Oh, I'm just going to walk through this fucking thing in 110 days." It's like you motherfucking homos. You people don't even fucking you like are playing the chance game, and it's like you're going to get fucked in
Yeah.
northern Washington where it's going to actually big boy rain. It's going to be cold as fuck. And you're going to have your little $5 fucking poncho. And you're going to be like, I'm freezing. It's like, yeah, because you're a dumb motherfucker. It's like there are some pieces of gear where you actually need to actually invest money because your life fucking depends on it. Like when I went through the High Sierra in May, I didn't know what the conditions were going to be, but you know what? I went with steel crampons and boots and actual gear to get me through because you know what? If the worst shit happened, I was going to be ready. And again, that's my personal choice. I think that's vitally important. There's no dollar value to saving your ass, And so
There's really not.
when you make a decision between a $10, Frog Togs fucking rain jacket and $150 Gore-Tex fucking rain jacket, you have to make some adult decisions. I used Frog Togs for a period of the trail, but as soon as I got to Cascade Locks, I sent my
Did you?
Frog Togs home. I sent my
Did you?
Frog Togs home, and I went to a big boy rain jacket because I know in Washington, where I grew up, it's gonna fucking rain. And sure enough, it fucking rained. It was cold. You gotta
Yeah.
just be judicious about. It's all about playing the odds, and you're gonna get bit somehow, and you're not gonna get bit, in other instances. So again, everybody has to hike their own fucking hike. Everything I'm telling you, you can take it or leave it. I don't give a flying fuck. It's your opinion, right? But I can tell from thousands of miles of hiking experience that I play the odds, and I know when the odds are in my favor and when they're not in my favor. And
Would you?
there
Would you
is,
hike the PCT again?
yes, I would, but here's the
Yeah.
difference. I would start in fucking late April, early May, and I will go through the Sierra when there's no fucking snow.
So
I'll
you'd
hike
go
it.
northbound?
I would go northbound and I would hike later. I would suck it up in the shitty desert and take the hotter temperatures in exchange for going through the Sierra because I always want to hike the John Muir Trail or the PCT without snow. Because the High Sierra, when I see pictures, I have friends who through the High Sierra when in the John Muir Trail when there's no snow, and it looks like a completely radically different mountain. And I'm like, fucking A. I need to experience that shit because
Would you do Zobo?
would I do it solo? Yeah, I would. I would consider doing it solo.
You'd consider doing it Zobo.
I would consider. I don't know if I would do it. I would do it Nobo later for the PCT. I think
Yeah.
ask me in a year about the CDT. But I think the PCT I would not do it solo because the North Cascades summertime. I've been through the Cascades in summer and there's still snow. And I'm after experiencing what I did with the PCT Nobo through the snow. I'm done with snow. And if I can avoid it, I'm going to try to avoid it. I did the snow for a myriad
Yeah.
of reasons. One of it was because I wanted to experience it for at least once in my life. And I loved it. It's a big sacrifice. And if you're not mentally ready for it, I wouldn't say physically, if you're not mentally ready for it, it's going to be tough. And I honestly think I look back, I don't know. Did you take the shuttle to Cleve? Did you stay at Camp Lockett before you started?
I stayed at Cleve, but I didn't take the shuttle to Cleve.
Okay.
Um,
So,
I
but you
wanted
were at
to. I
Camp Lockett
wanted.
though.
Yeah.
You were at
Yeah.
Camp
Yeah.
Lockett. And you signed the flag with everybody's names and all this shit on the board,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I
And I
look
gotta
back.
say, the
Yeah.
vibe was really. I don't know what was your vibe like. I'll ask you.
Yeah.
I'll ask you
Okay.
what your vibe was like in
Yeah.
Cleve.
Yeah. Fair enough. You asked first, so I'll answer it. I thought the vibe was optimistic. It was upbeat, and it was actually pretty neat. It was
Okay.
interesting to meet people, wide range. First through hike for some people who had previously hiked the PCT or the AT, a wide range of people, and people from all around the world. So a lot of excitement and jazz, positive energy. I loved it. Um, and I look back on all the people who I was at Camp Lockett with on the night of the 21st of March, 2024. there's only two of us that I know of that made it to the Canadian border out of all of the people there. There were 50 of us there. Only two of us made it to the Canadian border that I know of. Myself and another hiker by the trail name of Kanga. And she also hiked the AT this year, so she's a double crowner. But she and I started on the 22nd. She and I only ran into each other twice on the entire trail, and but I ran into her at Mount Adams in Washington, 100 and some odd days later, and she and I were the only ones left from the start date of 22 March 2024 that I know. So that if that's any indicator of the odds of finishing a through hike, I don't know what to say. It's a pretty small number of people actually make it all the way through, for a myriad of reasons. But this sounds crazy, Nick, but I knew I was going to finish the PCT the moment I landed in San Diego. This sounds crazy, but I knew, short of injury, the moment I made it to San Diego, and I made it, actually when I made it to the border and touched the wall, I was going to finish the through hike. Sounds crazy, but yeah, I I just knew that I was going to finish the through hike.
Eddie Ruiz, thanks for the advice. About to buy trekking pole tent from Outdoor Vitals, and those pillows are awesome.
They are. Outdoor Vitals, their fucking pillows are amazing. I got like over 4,000 miles on one pillow. The thing's fucking amazing.
And yeah, Cosmic Hunting Mothership. The gut. Sometimes the gut knows before the brain. I did not have the greatest time at Cleef. I felt a lot of pretentious vibes from the people around me. I didn't really think that it was the kind of hiker community that I wanted to see. And that's fine, but very quickly I realized, there's nothing to base the experience off of in Cleef
Yeah,
that relates to anything else on trail.
I agree.
Like,
I think it's completely artificial. You bring up a good point, man. Yeah, you're right. But the one thing I remember from Cleef that was, so to this day is still palpable, is just the positive vibes. There was so much positive energy there that it was kind of a surreal feeling.
I'm
Um,
glad that you got it.
just a lot of optimism. But as we went through the first, your through hike experience was different than mine. The second day of the PCT, I arrive in in Lake Morena, and it fucking is pouring rain, and I have to zero in my tent into day 3. You know, because that was the first of 4 weekends in a row we had winter storms in Southern California. My I knew at that moment that my through hike was going to be different than anything I'd seen, because this is another point for your viewers I think that's important. I fell trapped to, comparison is the thief of joy. I had watched so many YouTube videos of prior PCT through hikers before I set foot on the PCT that I already mentally, subconsciously mapped my own through hike. And it was against the lens of other through hikers. And when my first weekend on trail came crashing the fuck down, and I'm sitting in my tent, it was in my video, like my first or second episode, like the rain hitting the fucking DCF tent. It sounds like fucking gunshots. And it's just, I wake up the third morning and I'm just like, fuck, I'm zeroing in my tent in Lake Morena, fucking California. I'm not even 20 miles in the trail and I'm already stuck. And I'm like, dude, this is going to be different. I already should have realized at that point that my through hike was going to be fundamentally different than everyone else's that I'd watched. It wasn't until I got to Idlewild when I realized that for the trail family I was with, it was going to be dangerous and probably a bad mistake to go through Fuller Ridge through a snowstorm, that we needed to skip a part and go around the Black Mountain Road alternate. That was the first time I had my cognitive dissonance where I was like, fuck, I'm going to have to break continuous trail.
I was already like devastated. And then I realized comparison's the thief of joy. In fact, I'd written a friend of mine who I went to high school with had hiked the PCT a couple years before me, and he actually did a military career and then through hiked the PCT. He wrote a great book, and I texted him, I was like, "Hey Jay, this is what's
Well,
going on," and he sent me a really good text, and he's like, "Hey
what's
brother,
his book? What's his book? Let me put it
y-
into my search list.
yeah, hold on, I'm gonna get off camera for just a second. I'm gonna pull his
Yeah,
book.
no stress.
All right,
No stress. I want to. I
so
want to know what this book is.
so this is the book. It's called 5 Million Steps by Jason France. It's a great
Jason
book.
France.
Yeah,
Okay, 5 million steps.
yeah.
Jason.
Five
Okay,
Million
cool.
Steps.
Awesome.
It's a great book. And so Jay and I went to high school together. I didn't
Okay,
know him. I
cool,
didn't
cool.
hang out in his circles. He's like a year or two older than me.
Okay,
But as I was preparing for my PCT through hike,
cool.
a mutual
Okay.
friend of ours on Facebook reached out to me and said, "Hey, man, there's a guy I went to high school with that we went to high school with that through hike the PCT after he retired from the military. You should get in touch with him." So I did, and I got in touch with Jay, and he's an incredible human being, and he's a good author. His book is awesome, and he sent me this text, and it was really motivational. He's like, "Hey, man, your hike is your hike. You know, don't compare." I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, "Don't compare my through hike in 2021 where I had no snow with yours. I had different challenges. You have your own challenges. Rock on, keep going, brother." And at that point, I was like, "Fuck." Yeah, comparison is the thief of joy. I knew that. And it's like I was living my through hike through the
You
lens of
know
other
it
people.
until you're like really like experiencing it, and then
Yeah.
you're like,
Yeah.
oh fuck,
Yeah.
fuck.
And then I
Like
realized,
I'm comparing this to that, and that to
yes.
this, and
Yes.
you don't have to be like at a point
Yeah.
where you're struggling,
Yes.
to do that, because I think a lot of
Yes.
people will think, oh, like I suck at this or that,
Yeah.
so of course I'm going to compare myself. But no, you can actually be a badass at
Yes.
something. You can actually be fit as fuck on
Yeah.
trail. You can
Yes.
be slaying miles, having everything down pat, and you can still be like, oh, and it's easy to do, especially when there's people around you, like some of the moments on trail for me. I don't know about
Yeah.
you, but some of the moments for trail on me where I really did that was when I ran into other guys that were,
Yeah.
not, it wasn't even like they were younger than me, but they were like,
Yeah.
there's this one guy, I don't know if you've heard of Punisher.
Yeah. Yeah. He did the
Yeah,
calendar. He did 10,000
yeah,
miles in a
dude,
year.
he did
Yeah.
10,000
Yeah.
miles this year, and he's the exact same age as me. And
Yeah.
and so to meet someone like that, and
Yeah.
you're like, oh fuck, dude, like like you're doing this. I mean, I think about it with with this YouTube channel too, because
Yeah.
in between the week episodes that I do, I'll go look at Backpacker Radio, and I'll go look at
Yeah.
Hiker Trash Radio, and I'll find blogs that I'm like, I didn't
Yeah.
even know about this hiking blog. This guy's
Yeah.
already interviewed like 3 dozen people, and it's not
Yeah.
about interviews to me. To me, it's about the perpetuation of a culture, and
Yes.
creating a platform in that. And
Yeah.
so to realize that, like it's not about you, Bubblehead, Slide. It's not about Slide doing his triple crown. It's about
Sure.
Slide being the kind of person that is the hiker that when you run into, you'll never forget you. You'll never forget you. And
Yeah.
when you're on
Yeah.
YouTube and you're watching, Dixie, and you see Liz Kidder, and you
Yeah.
see, Saved by Mountains, and you see
Yeah.
that fucker Wolverine,
Yeah.
like
Fucking guy.
you see these different guys, but no one else is out there on
Yeah.
YouTube that's like morning, morning, with the same smile that you have, with the same
Yeah.
moxie that you have, and what you
Well,
bring to the game is something so fucking unique. It really is. Be
I
it from
appreciate that, man. Too kind.
your well, and I'm not just trying to glaze you. I'm
Yeah.
trying to like present the reality,
Yeah.
you know, and bring
Yeah.
it up, because we don't talk
Yeah.
about this. We don't talk about this. Can
You're
I ask
right.
you a question?
You're right.
What was your most unsettling? Did you have a moment that was in like your typical like I'm scared of the mountains? Did you have a
Yeah.
scary moment on trail on the PCT?
Yeah.
Like afraid of the dark type shit?
There were a couple times. Well, I wouldn't say afraid of the dark. There's a couple times where I had to traverse some snowfields that were sketchy as fuck, and I didn't have the traction for it. And I was like, and it's the middle of the day,
Those
so it's
pucker
really
moments.
slippery. Yeah, and I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to get through this. I'm tired. I'm exhausted, and I have to get through this. I'll never forget. It was near Lake Tahoe. It was before Donner Ski Summit. I just remember it was a long ass day. It was really tough, and towards the end of the day, it was like 26, 27 miles, and the last 5 miles was just through slush. It was just fucking terrible. But the stretches, the traverses we had to go around were all snow, and it was sketchy. So when you're mentally tired, you're not on your game, and you still have to think about stuff, and you have to do it safely, or there's consequences. And I knew there was another through hiker had broken his arm, sliding through one of these. It kind of hits front and center. I wouldn't say I was scared, but I was just extra worried, like concerned. Um,
Okay.
I don't think I was ever scared. I was just like, oh fuck, I probably should ratchet up my level of give a fuck, like 1 or 2 notches. Yeah,
Okay.
probably this is
Did
the part where
did
I
you
should
ever
probably
think you should have had a gun? Was there any points on the
no,
trail? Was there any
no,
points on the PCT where you were like, "Fuck, I
no,
wish I had a piece right now"?
no, no. In fact, I have a thought on guns in the trail. It'll probably come back to
Let's
bite me,
hear
but
it. Let's hear it.
so
Let's hear it because
yeah, yeah,
I met a
yeah,
Marine, an ex-Marine. I think
mhm,
he was ex-Marine. He might have been ex-Army. He was Special Forces, whatever he was.
yeah,
I don't recall because it's Rangers in the Army. What are
yeah.
Special Forces in the Marines?
No,
Green
Special
Berets?
Forces, Green Berets is Army.
Okay. Okay. Green Berets is Army. Whatever it was, he said he was a Ranger.
Okay, that's
And I
Army.
met
That's Army.
Okay, so he was Army. So
Yeah.
I met him around Shelter Cove area, and
Okay.
he was a southbounder. And
Okay.
I won't dox him, but I have his information. And we talked, and he was by himself. He'd gotten an injury, he'd had some plantar fasciitis, lost his trail family, and he was 2 weeks between anyone. And met me and the guys I was hiking with. We ran into each other in the water at a water source, and
Mhm,
we're shooting the breeze, and he's like, God, I haven't talked to anyone in a week, and so we're talking about everything. And
mhm,
he brings up the firearm issue,
mhm.
and to me, I'm like, I think everyone should have a gun on their hip like the old
Right.
West. I feel like, we should be able to have a gun rack in the back of our pickup truck. Like everyone, if I see a guy in the grocery store open carrying, I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, fuck yeah. Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God that there's a guy with a dick in here that's going to be able to
Yeah.
handle business should things pop off. And this
Yeah.
guy was like, yeah, I carried for the first 2 weeks on trail.
Yeah.
I carried up until a week ago, and he was
Mhm.
3 weeks into trail. And I
Yeah.
was like, "Well, why'd you put the piece down?" He goes,
Mhm.
"Because it was too fucking heavy."
Mhm.
And he's
Yeah,
like, "I
so do I.
realized real
Yeah.
quick." So, what do you think about carrying a gun on trail? And would you consider carrying a piece on the Continental
Yeah.
Divide Trail?
Yeah, so a couple thoughts. It's a great question. I don't think there's a set answer. So I think for your viewers, I think it's important to recognize first and foremost, I think the answer is it depends, right? Life is an undergarment. I think every answer, there's no clean black and white answer to any of these questions. In general, I think it is not a good idea to carry a firearm on trail. And here's the reasons why. One, it's a lot of weight. That's not the biggest reason. Two is you have to take care of this thing. It's one other thing you have to take care of. And if you carry this thing for months and months, you're going to have to clean it because it's going to rust. You're going to have to take care of the ammunition. You're going to have to periodically do stuff. That's extra weight and shit you have to carry. Um, you're also going through jurisdictions where I'll use the Appalachian Trail. If you go south to north, you're good all the way through probably Virginia, but the moment you cross into like fucking Maryland, you're a felon because, there's a bunch of fucking communist states you go through where, for whatever reason, they don't believe in the fucking Second Amendment. And carrying a gun is now a fucking problem. Like New York State, you're a felon, you know? And which is, again,
The
my
West
opinion,
Coast? Sorry,
it's
but if you're
uncommon.
in
Yeah.
California,
Yeah.
yeah,
California,
man.
California, fucking
California?
California, Oregon, Washington. I mean, fuck, and so there's a lot of legal issues, right? Again, these are my opinions. I think the Second Amendment
And
is the
yeah, and
Second
because
Amendment's pretty
for
fucking
all the
clear.
viewers,
You know,
everything on this whole, and I'll
yeah,
put this into the description, that we represent, we represent nothing. The views expressed,
yeah,
et
yeah,
cetera, et cetera,
yeah,
they aren't even
yeah.
represented, but we are.
Well,
We're
as
just like
as a
shooting the shit.
taxpayer, yeah, as a taxpayer and a U.S. citizen, I just think that a lot of these states have asinine laws which restrict the constitutional rights of Americans. That's my personal opinion. It's not the opinions of anybody else. But I think set aside that. So let's just unpack all that. Let's just set the legalities aside. I think
Yeah, let's
carrying a
pretend they
gun.
don't exist.
Well, I think carrying a gun is a liability in the sense that I think I'm trained and I'm comfortable carrying a firearm, but I don't want to carry it for a multitude of reasons. Is the maintenance part. Now I have to carry extra shit because it's going to rust. It's added weight. The odds of me having to use it are low. I've hiked thousands of miles, never carried a firearm in my life on trail. Um, I got that behind me. And then the jurisdiction thing is a little piece to it. And that's important because I'm a law abiding, tax paying citizen and I don't want to violate laws. And that's a part of it for me. And again, everything I'm saying is about me. But I also
I
think
believe in law. I'm a law-abiding citizen
yeah,
too, and I think
yeah,
that like even if you disagree with the laws,
yeah,
you do have to try and abide by them, because
yeah,
if you don't abide by them, then
yeah.
the system collapses, and then we have no structure. Then we have no
It's
structure. Then we can't have any discipline, and et cetera, et cetera.
I think the firearm for me is just one more element that you have to think of, and you have enough bandwidth that you're already consuming for other shit. Like when you go through hike, the whole point of a through hike is to I think is to challenge yourself and rediscover new elements about yourself. I think regardless of why you're on trail through hiking, I think that's an agreed upon goal, one of your goals on trail. And carrying a firearm is just an added stressor. It's just I'm comfortable with a firearm. I'm very proficient with a firearm. But having that still consumes a bit of my bandwidth where I'm like walking around going, I have to be cognizant of the fact I'm carrying something of that magnitude. And the
Right,
moment
right.
you lose respect for a firearm is the moment you start becoming stupid with a firearm. And so I've seen plenty of proficient people accidentally discharge a firearm. They just through negligence. And, that's just one other thing I have to worry about. And, for me, I was a dumbass carrying a tarp. I've devoted enough bandwidth trying to figure out the right campsite with the right soil, figuring out how to pitch up my fucking, bivy sack, my tarp, and all this other shit. I'm consuming all kinds of fucking bandwidth after a day of taxing myself. The last thing in the world I have to do is, well, what am I going to do with
Hey
my
man, you
firearm?
gotta clean your SK, bro.
Yeah, it's like
you know.
fuck that. It's just stuff I
By
don't
the
have to think about.
way,
And
and
the last
what
point,
do you think the moments would be that would really be, those
yeah.
times where you would want to have a firearm? And if you don't say
Um,
hitching, then like, come on.
No, it's a grizzly bear in camp. It's the mountain lion attacking you. It's and maybe it's the human, but at the same time, the odds are in your favor that you're not going to be in that encounter. If you look at just the statistics, when you put that all in perspective, and again, I'm a pro Second Amendment guy. I believe in people's right to bear arms and conceal carry, open carry. I think all those things are valid. However, that said, I think through hiking, it's just one element that personally I don't want to have to deal with. It's just another
Sure.
element. So I think you have to compensate with other skills and other things. You know, um, and
So
again, I
you
may
think it kind of
yeah
like comes into the play? It comes into the territory of a survivalist, to where
yeah
you embarking on a through hike.
yeah.
You are a individual who is like, all right, I'm gonna go do this task. I'm
Mhm.
gonna go this undertaking, if you
Mhm.
will, and I'll choose my rights of survival equipment as per I deem necessary. And if you thought that at some point, well, yeah, during this point, because even Andrew Skirka, he carried a 45 in certain parts of Alaska when he was doing his circumnavigation of
Mhm.
Alaska, that loop there. So there is points,
Yeah.
where historically through hikers will be like, yeah, I had to carry a fucking 45 through this part of Alaska where the
Yeah.
polar bears could
Sure.
potentially eat me.
Sure. I think that makes
So
sense in the
sure.
case of Skirka, right? So Alaska's like, so for example, I think Alaska in the middle of nowhere is radically different than Appalachian Trail in Virginia.
Of course. Yeah.
Let's just
Or
separate the two.
California
Yeah,
near
they're radically
Cabazon.
different,
Like
right?
you're gonna have
Yeah.
tweakers to worry about there.
Correct.
Like,
So there's different things to think about, and and the legalities of it. So what if you end
oh
up using your
gosh,
firearm, right?
oh
So
gosh,
that comes into another issue, right? So, again,
when are you gonna
there
use
are
it? Oh no,
yeah.
this guy in this hitchhike
Yeah.
pulled a knife on me, so I pulled my gun on
Yeah.
him. Like,
Well,
what?
I,
What are you
there's
in
no
for?
one. It's a complicated matter, and of course, there's the "I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6" crowd, which I'm a part
Yeah,
of for the most
but do you
part.
want to go to prison
Um,
for a through hike?
well, but at the same time, the counter argument would be, would you want to die in an encounter, right? And so
Exactly, and
these,
fuck
but here's the
no,
thing.
I don't.
Here's what it comes down to, man, is I think it comes down to odds. And you play the odds. I think everything, whether you know it or not, when you did your through hike, you were playing the odds every day with a myriad of factors. Am I going to get swept away in a creek? Am I going to get a
Right,
hitch with a shady motherfucker? I mean, I remember your
sure.
video where you're in Northern California, you're dealing with meth heads and,
Yeah, got
and,
that
and,
meth
and shit
head
like that,
hitch.
right?
Of course, right.
Yeah,
A gun would have done
so
shit all for me.
yeah, and so, we all have different scenarios and things that happen that put us in predicaments, and none of us can predict that. And so that's important to recognize. And so you're playing a game of odds, and really it comes down to pros versus cons. Have I thought about firearms in the CDT? Yeah. But I'm gonna get to Colorado and New Mexico, which are fucking communist states, and they're gonna it's just the laws are fucking against people who carry guns in those states,
And if shit
whereas
hit the fan, like,
Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming are very friendly towards the Second Amendment. So again, I don't want to
right.
have to deal with that. And my risk mitigation? Well, bear spray, training. There's a lot of mitigations to reduce the probability of encounters with wildlife that could be issues. um, I'm not saying that that's going to be a guarantee, but there's again, it's a game of odds, and I hate talking about this, but it's a topic worth bringing up. I had so many people, friends, that before my PCT through hiker, are you going to carry? Are you going to carry? I'm like,
Are you gonna
no,
carry? Yeah.
I'm not going to
Oh.
carry. And I didn't, and it's just the PCT, you got to know where to pick your encounters engagements. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. And
you
that,
can tell
as
pretty
in
far.
life.
Yeah, you can tell pretty fucking fast if someone is just emitting a bad vibe. You can tell. I mean, it's in our survival instincts, man. Like you can tell pretty fucking quickly if someone is sketch as fuck. You know what I mean?
You can
Like it's a
avoid
vibe,
them.
and you avoid them like the plague, and you try to extricate yourself out of that scenario. Well, and that instinct will save you 9.9 times out of 10 on trail.
Do you think that
Yeah,
through hiking is safe for a woman? Because that's a common question that comes up. We always hear about it. Like, I'm
sure.
a woman. Is this safe for
Oh,
me? Do you think that
yeah,
it's safe for a solo woman to be like,
yeah,
hey, I just fucking read
yeah,
Wild and I
yeah,
watched the movie and I just broke up with my
yeah,
asshole boyfriend. I'm about to get on the PCT. I'm an
yeah,
empowered woman. Do you think
yeah.
it's safe?
Well, first of all, my caveat is I'm not a fucking woman, so I don't know. But I think the answer to that is, yeah, in general, it's safe. You just got to have you just got to recognize who you are and what world, what you are relative to the world you're in. If you're a 5'1" fucking woman, you have different you have different things to think about in terms of your safety than a 6'2" stocky man. They're just
Sure,
two radically fucking
sure.
predicaments. And so, as a 5'2" woman, I would say you just gotta have your head on a swivel, and you need to recognize bad shit sooner and be able to get yourself out of scenarios sooner. But I think the short answer is yeah, it's safe. You just gotta be more aware.
Do you
You
think
know,
that
yeah.
the trail? Do you think the community on the trail, if you will, the community,
Hmm.
what do you think it's a welcoming place for chicks? Because there's a lot of chicks
Yeah.
that I saw on trail that I talked to on trail on the PCT. They were like, "Oh man, the patriarchy, the patriarchy." And look, dude, I'm not trying to get into like
Yeah.
all that,
Yeah.
because I'm pro patriarchy. Um,
Yeah.
but I think I'm pro patriarchy in the sense that I think, like, we need more men to be, the kind of protective sort of, like, guys that stand up for the good of the good, and not
Hmm.
just, like, who are standing up for the good of the good to get laid. And
Yeah.
so, like simps. So, I know that a lot of women will think, oh God, our guy's just going to be, up and down me, trying to roll my bones on trail.
Yeah.
And I personally saw a lot more girls on trail that were like trying to get into some promiscuity, if you will,
Yeah.
with other guys. Do you think that it's a safe environment? Do you think, in your personal point of view, do you think that you know toxic masculinity is something that's popping off on trail? Or do you think, what do you think of that?
That's a loaded question, man. It's actually far more complicated than the way it's presented. It's nothing against the way you presented it. It's
I don't
so
care, whatever.
couple caveats. One, I'm not a woman, so I don't know. Two, I honestly,
Because you
I
have more experience in certain, you've been married,
yeah,
you've had
yeah,
a
yeah.
wife who's had
And
bared
I have
children,
two daughters. Yeah. So
you have
here's the deal.
daughters.
So here's the deal, right? Is don't put yourself in scenarios which reduces the chances of your safety. So, for example, if you are a single woman on the trail and you're 5'1" and you have no self-defense fucking skills, in general, try to avoid solo fucking hitchhiking. I would just avoid that because the odds are you put yourself in a compromising position a little more when you're a 5'1" woman by yourself in the middle of fucking nowhere hiking. This is not a patriarchy issue. This is just a fucking nature statistics thing, right?
Of
Um,
course, of
so
course.
pair up with people, pair up with males, pair up with other people, and offset the perceived vulnerability of you. And you could be a black belt in jujitsu. Who the fuck knows? But they don't know. Just it's all about odds.
Even a dude who's a
Yeah,
black belt in jujitsu could get taken
yeah,
advantage of by a
exactly,
couple of people with
exactly,
guns or some
exactly.
crazy
So,
shit.
to me, I think it's important. So that's one bit. The other side of it too is this whole patriarchy, males bullshit. I think people who think that they just need to just pull their heads out of their ass. The world has always been a patriarchy. There are men and women. There are roles, and whether you like it or not, get over it. Get over it. Men have a certain role in society, women have a certain role in society, and grow the fuck up and get the fuck out of it. People who
Cosmic
constantly
Honey Mothership, she just
yeah,
commented in the chat.
yeah,
I believe in the patriarchy and the matriarchy. We need both for balance, and that's true. You
you
can't
do.
have
You do.
the alpha
You do.
without the omega.
You do. I mean, and God created us in our likeness, and I truly believe this. Mothers bring a certain element to your upbringing that fathers can't provide, and vice versa. And I think
Absolutely.
I think people who try to deny that are fucking delusional. They just need to pull their heads out of their ass, take a look in the fucking mirror, and quit denying reality. Just get over it. Just get the fuck, just grow the fuck up and just get on with your fucking lives and move on. But
What?
again, I'm not here to save
Yeah.
your soul. I just know from 53 years on this fucking earth that there's only men and women, and fucking anything else is just fucking brain damage. And
Now,
if you don't,
yeah, and another
tough shit,
factor on that,
tough shit.
like I saw a lot of. This is gonna be a crazy circle around. I saw a lot. I saw something
That's
like
coming.
"fight the patriarchy," blah blah blah, and I saw that on some Trailblazers. Now, Trailblazers have
Booger
been
eagles.
brought into light, especially with the little drama that happened on the CDT this past year with that one guy who was super famous, and he did a record FKT for the CDT, and his buddy was slapping stickers on the backside of Blazes on the CDT. What do you think about riding on Blazes? What do you think about that? About like riding on
I don't have a
Blazes or
thought.
slapping stickers on Blazes?
I
Cool,
don't have a
cool.
thought. I really don't. I saw that article and I was like, this is just fake news. This is just
Yeah,
stupid. I
kind of retarded.
I like so I've hiked 61% of the AT, and a lot of shelters, people just inscribe their names and shit on it. It's part of the fucking trail experience. I just don't give a fuck. I mean, as long as I
Sure,
can safely navigate and everyone else can safely navigate it, I just don't care. Again, that's my personal opinion. I'm not here
sure,
to,
sure.
I think the guy putting the stickers, I don't give a fuck. A bunch of hippie fist fuckers are complaining about this. You know what? They can go fuck themselves. I don't really fucking care. Um, that's my unfiltered opinion on this shit. I think
Right,
there's a lot of
right. What?
people. I think there are a lot of people who are fucking weak mentally and they just don't know how to cope with things out of their control. Like, I truly believe that. And you can only control the things you can control in your life. Worry about those things and don't worry about other people's shit. You know what I mean? That's kind of,
Yeah, for
once you
real,
do
for
that, it's
real.
fucking liberating, and it's like this whole culture of grievance and all this other stuff, it's just like it's a waste of energy, man. It's just
So,
think of it
what
and
do you
think of
think?
yeah.
What do you think about trail towns and the inflation of prices based on hikers? Do you think that's targeted at hikers, or do you think that that's something that hikers need to like recognize and be like, like, hey, this isn't pointed at you. This mountain town will have inflated prices because it makes its money off tourists. What do you think about all that? Because I saw a lot of people taking issue on that in my year. I don't know about your year, but
Mm,
yeah, a lot of kids would be like, "Oh, don't go to this town. Don't
yeah.
go into this
Yeah.
store because they'll run you up the ass price wise, and
Yeah.
they just want to take advantage of hikers." And I don't know.
Yeah.
I just thought
Yeah.
that was a bunch of malarkey. What do you think about that?
So here's the problem, right? And this goes to a larger topic. People who favor Marxism and all this other crap. You can't have your fucking cake and eat it too. Here's the deal: is if you live in a free market economy, you're going to have corruption. If you live in a communist economy, you're going to have corruption. People are going to price gouge. You just need to be aware that if you go to a town, if you're going into a town where they only fucking show in town, so let's talk Vermilion Valley Ranch in the middle of bumfuck nowhere on the fucking PCT, you probably are going to resupply there, right? Guess what? That's the only show in fucking town. You're gonna have to pay like what? What is it? $30 for a bucket to be muled in the middle of fucking nowhere? Well, that's the market price.
Yeah,
You
that
can't
was
just
near Trail Ranch.
you,
Yeah,
you can't bitch about a service being too expensive. On the other hand, it's the only fucking service available, right? So,
right.
yeah, it's unfair, but it's like, well, wait a second, who the fuck else in the market is doing it? If 20 vendors we're doing it, there's probably a profit margin for it. There's probably going to be competitive prices, and you're probably likely going to have a lower price to pay for that service. But if there's only one motherfucker doing it, there's probably a reason why there's only one motherfucker doing it. Because no one else wants to take the economic risk to offer that service. So instead of bitching about it, think about macroeconomics and microeconomics for a second and go, huh, I wonder why they're charging so much for this fucking service. And actually back the fuck up, go 10,000 feet up, and go look at like why the prices are the way they are. Guess what? You bitching about it is not going to change the fucking price. And so, you know, I hate to say that, but it's the truth. And you
It's the
can't have
truth.
it. You can't have it both fucking ways. So the other option is, well, I want everything to be the same fucking price. Okay, comrade, you're not going to be hiking because you're going to be in the fucking salt mines with everybody else, motherfucker. Look at fucking history, you know. So
Yeah,
you can't have
yeah,
this idealistic. Like there are young people who have this romantic, fucking stupid, backwards, fucking view that Marxism will work this time. No, motherfucker, it won't because you haven't read Solzhenitsyn. You haven't read fucking about the history of fucking China.
you
And
haven't
then there's
lived it
bitches on
either.
the
You haven't lived it either
yeah,
because there's plenty of people
yeah,
that still come from other communist countries that flee to America, and they're
correct,
fleeing
correct,
communism to this
correct.
day. To this
And
day.
the price of capitalism is, yeah, there's going to be fucking choices. And oh, by the way, in a part of a free society is people are going to say things that are going to hurt your fucking feelings. Well, suck it the fuck up. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
Welcome,
Cosmic on the Mothership had a comment, and she
welcome
says,
to, yeah,
"Attitude of gratitude."
welcome to fucking being punched in the face, and for the first time in your fucking life, and that I think that's one of my
Yeah,
biggest critiques of this generation. It's not their fault, by the way. It's the pussies that fucking schooled them,
yeah,
and
they
the
know
and
not
the
what they
spineless
do.
parents and the spineless parents that didn't imbue them with fucking values to stand up for them fucking selves. Because I mean, there's plenty of kids. I serve with plenty of kids who are in this generation who are tough and they're fucking badass people because their parents fucking raised them right. And so to me, it's not an excuse on the kids. It's the fucking, it's the people around them. And as a parent, I think you have an obligation to train your kids to fucking stand up for what they believe in. If you didn't do that, you failed as a fucking parent. You suck. That's
Yeah,
my opinion. This is probably the most unfiltered I've been on live camera here, but I'm just gonna fucking tell you, it's just the way you the children of today were born innocent. It's up to us as parents to raise them the right way. It really is. It's our responsibility. I have friends who are school teachers, and God bless them. They have a tough fucking job. And the biggest criticism from all my friends who are school teachers is the parents abdicate their responsibilities as parents. They just assume that the teacher's going to raise their fucking kids, and that's the wrong answer. The teachers have a certain job, and they
wrong
do their
fucking answer.
and for the most part, God bless them. They have a tough job and they do it. They're underpaid. They're given a bad rap, and they're good fucking people. But it's the parents. My biggest criticism is with the fucking parents. It's like, do your fucking job, You don't, stop being selfish as a person and fucking grow a sack and be a fucking parent and raise your kids the way you actually intend them to do it. It's easier said than done. And I'm not perfect. I have fucked up plenty of times as a parent. Um,
I don't
but
think anyone who's watching
yeah,
this would
yeah.
would would listen to what you're saying and think that
Yeah.
you're coming across that way.
No, no, no. I'm just saying it because we can't read minds and shit. I've been married for
Right, right.
yeah, and so you can't read minds. So I'm just saying it out loud. That's the point, and so it goes on in the society. So I've run into people who are on trail who are, in my opinion, just they're weak-minded because again, I don't think it's their fault. I just think it's the way their society and parents raised them. They raised them to be pussies, and they're
I
just fucking
saw
soft
on
people.
trail. I think the most pivotal moments on trail for me, where I saw people behaving in ways that I thought, oh
Cosmic honey
God,
mothership.
that's so fucked up,
Truth is on it.
um, was I met a hiker who was using EBT to fund a lot of his hike,
That's
and
just fucking wild, dude.
I
That
met
is
a couple
fucking
of
wild.
hikers
Holy
that were like
shit.
that. One of them was a chick, one of them was a dude, and the
That pisses me
dude,
off.
he was like, his standpoint was, you know what?
That fucking pisses me
I've
off.
been arrested and I went to prison and I had to do hard time. And
For what?
right? Right?
For
What did
what?
you go to prison for?
Yeah.
What got you arrested, buddy? Maybe you shouldn't have been doing what you were doing. They sent you to fucking prison.
Yeah,
But
and
he
and
went to
why are you
prison,
through
and he
hiking on
was like,
fucking EBT?
right, and he was like, because I went to prison and I had to go through that shit. damn straight I'ma use this EBT and I'ma use this taxpayer shit and
What's
I'm gonna
wrong?
get my hike. The chick who I met that was
What?
using EBT, she was like, you know what? With the capitalistic oppression in
Yeah.
society, I think I'm entitled to this. And I'm sitting here like, I work my ass off
Capitalistic.
and I owe taxes. So you know what, bitch? Damn, damn. So, and before Trail, I will say this, before Trail,
Yeah.
I had a meeting with a family member. I won't say who. I'm going to keep it super vague. I had a meeting with a family member,
Mm-hmm.
and my family member was like, "Hey, I think what you're doing is great. I think it's awesome. Are you sure you're financially good for this?" And I was like, "Yeah, I think I have enough money saved, and I think I'll be okay." And
Mm-hmm.
this family member was like, "Hey, because you need to think about every aspect." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they were like, think about every aspect. You're poor right now. You're unemployed. You qualify for EBT. You qualify for benefits. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, what are you getting at here? And they're like, well, here's how much you budgeted per week, per month for the trail.
Yeah.
Don't forget about EBT. You might want to
Well,
consider applying for that. And
yeah.
and their partner was like, yeah, you should totally apply for that. Totally, totally. You should totally fuck that shit, fuck the government, fuck all that, take advantage of it, use it. And I won't lie, Slide. There was a brief moment where I was like, man, maybe I should be thinking like that. Am I
Yeah.
thinking
Yeah.
like a slave? Am I
Yeah.
thinking like a
Yeah.
tool? Do I need to be thinking like someone who's more like apt to take advantage of every opportunity
Yeah.
presented to me? But once I was around those kids that were younger
Yeah.
than me, the same age as me, they were like, "Hey, we're using EBT on trail." I was like, "Fuck you, fuck
Yeah.
you."
I share your sentiment, man.
I don't
You know,
know.
I pay taxes my entire fucking adult life, and it's aggravating to me to hear this. In fact, it's actually it's actually interesting that you mentioned this. I never even well, if you don't look for it, you don't see it, or if you're not around it, you don't see it. So you mentioning EBT is no surprise to me, but I never saw it on trail. It's probably with the people I hung out with. Again, I saved money in my adult life for this through hike. So I had budgeted for this. So to me, economically, I had already planned for this. I didn't have to rely on anybody else to do this. Um, but you know, I think to rely on taxpayer money to do this is problematic. I don't agree with it. Um, that it actually pisses me off. But it just goes to this entitlement culture but that's the problem, right? People think that I think systems like socialism only work if people are truly, honest. But the problem is we all know that nobody is fucking honest. And so you're going to have people that if man makes a system, man will fucking try to scheme the system. 100 fucking percent. You see it now in today's culture.
100%.
You know, and so to me, that's the problem with public policy is public policy, it's not necessarily about how do I put this? When people think through public policy, the problem with lawmakers is they don't think through public policy. They don't think the second and third order effects. It could be the most well-intentioned thing in the world. There are people who are down on their luck who probably could benefit from welfare. I think welfare is a great idea. I think having a social safety net is a great idea. The problem is if you're going to lay down public policy to do that, are you going to do it in such a way where you can actually police the grifters and the people who are not actually deserving of that? And that's a relative thing, right?
That
You have to
is the
actually
point. It's
define,
100% relative.
and you got to provide accountability because once you offer the nipple of government, people will take the nipple and fucking keep sucking on it until it goes dry. And so
Absolutely.
and because people are inherently lazy, and that is
This
a
is true.
fact. That's human
This
nature,
is true.
brother.
It's
And
human nature.
and to say it doesn't exist is a load of horse cock, and everybody fucking knows that. And so it's very important to recognize that accountability is central to all this. All programs that actually fucking succeed in the world, where people get off drugs, people get off homelessness, the cycle, it all centers on fucking accountability. Until you can actually get your head out of your ass and admit the fact that you're the one that's the source of the fucking problems and not the world, it's hard to reach salvation, and
This
and
is
that
so
is
true.
it's the truth. And you can through hike on a $6,000 fucking budget. It's a fact, And yeah, Pete, you're right, Cosmic Honey Mothership. People will take advantage of something. That's true because people are fucking lazy inherently. So,
I have been
that's
on welfare. I've had food stamps before,
yeah,
but it was because I was so destitute that I found myself in a situation where I was like, fuck, I have to take every measure I can
sure,
to get myself back on my feet. And I got back on my
yeah,
feet. I found those bootstraps in the mud and I pulled myself up again.
yeah,
And there's a ton of
yes,
other kids my age that have done that,
yes,
and they will, all of them, including myself, go to bat for
yes,
those of us who need that, who deserve it. If you deserve it, you deserve it, and
yeah,
I will happily cut a fat chunk of meat out of my paycheck
mhm,
to make sure that we can provide that to those in our society who
yes,
need it.
yes,
But when I find myself on a fucking through hike and
yes,
another through hiker
yes,
looks at me and is like, fuck yeah, dude, I just got $300, man. I got my next three supplies laced up. Fuck the
yes,
government. I got that EBT, bruh. I'm a
yeah,
straight up not hike with you. I'm going to be
correct,
like, oh,
correct.
okay,
Well,
goodbye.
it's the moral bankruptcy of,
Gotta
of
go.
society. Yeah, exactly. And that's and I guarantee that individual is probably a decent person, but their attitude, they got to that point because they have made the false connection that they're entitled to something. When in reality, people who actually have a job and actually work for a living are the ones funding it and bankrolling it. And
Why
so,
don't you go get
yeah,
a job and
yeah,
save some money and then come back to the trail?
yeah,
Because frankly,
yeah,
if you don't have enough money to be on the trail,
yeah.
you probably shouldn't be on the trail. Now,
Correct.
that
And
being
that's
said, I
and this is the
received,
sad part, right?
yeah,
And here's the reality of the trail is it is not for everybody. And it's not just physical, it's not mental, it's also economic. And that's the truth. In our society, the way our society is built, it is a privilege to be able to do a through hike. It is. And
yeah,
most
it is.
people,
It is.
you,
You can't
me,
ignore it. You don't
yep,
want to say that.
yep.
You don't want to
Let's just
say
say
that,
it.
but it's
Let's just say
true.
it.
Let's say it. Let's
It's a
say it.
fucking
It's a
privilege.
privilege to do it through hike.
It's 100 fucking percent privilege.
You're on a vacation.
I am honored. Yeah, in fact, IBTAT, I've been to a town. He says it very eloquently multiple
Is
times
that
in
what it
his.
is? I've been to a town? Is
Yes,
that what it stands
that's
for?
what IBTAT stands for. I've been to a town.
No way!
Yes.
I'm learning this for the first time
Yeah.
right now. I'm
So anyway,
mind blown.
he
No
says it,
way.
right? He's like, the worst day on trail is better than a day in the office. Well, but he also works jobs to get himself in
This
an
is true.
economic position to do this. So he puts himself in a position to do these things. He chooses the lifestyle he does. I don't have pity on him. It's his fucking life. My thing is that, welfare systems are designed to take care of those who are down on their luck legitimately and are working actively to get out of it. It's not designed for people to perpetually grift and do nothing. So that's
Yeah,
where we
yeah.
have a problem with public policy. And that's a nuance, right? And so when we get into political discussions, a lot of voters do not want to get into the real meat of the discussion, whereas it's the public policy. It's not that I don't disagree with someone who's on the left. It's not that. It's I understand where they're coming from. What I disagree with them on is the next level thinking of how the fuck do you implement that fucking policy and prevent fraud? Because we both can
Yeah.
agree, the person on the left and the person on the right can agree fraud is bad. It wastes both our money. And so why the fuck would we want to do that? So you got to compromise. You got to achieve, how do I provide for the people who are down on their luck, who are sincerely trying to get out of it, and prevent theft. That's the 3D level fucking thinking that we got to have, and that the average person is too fucking lazy to think through that shit. And the people in elected office know that the average voter doesn't possess the will to think through the next level things, so they just vote for whatever their emotions go on. They go, "Oh, I vote left or right." They're both fucked up. Both sides are fucked up. The middle requires actual fucking work. I don't want this to become a political discussion, but the trail is a
No, we're
microcosm.
good.
The trail is a microcosm of society writ large, and so
Yeah.
and that's the issue, right? And so I see it on trail, and you saw it more than I did. When I see someone sit there, if I ever saw someone sitting there, flaunting that they have EBT, I'd almost be tempted to fucking I don't know what I would do. It just fucking pissed me off. I've paid a lot of fucking taxes in my life, and I pray to God that my tax dollars have actually, gone to something worthwhile. But I, as a voter though, you gotta think through. The problem I have is the people who control society, like the media, the politicians, the rich, the people who bankroll political campaigns and stuff.
Sure.
It's easy to pose problems in a binary choosing. You either go door A or door B, and you don't have any other choices. We all know life is not that simple. We all know that between door A and B are a range of solutions, and that's where it gets fucking hard. And the problem is everyone has a fucking opinion like an asshole. So, and they know this, and so it's easier. It's intellectually lazy to just bin left and right. It really is. But, to me, I'm okay with welfare as long as there is robust fraud prevention put in place and there's accountability to get people back on their ass. And if you're being a grifter, we're either going to throw your ass in jail or we're going to fucking make you do hard labor. You're going to be
Right.
useful one way or fucking another. And so to me, and I say this, I've worked my entire fucking adult life and I saved money to put myself in a financial position to be able to fucking through hike. When I was 21 fucking years old, I did not have the monetary position and life obligations to go fucking through hiking. Good on people who can do it, but I just didn't have that. And I didn't want to through hike when I was 21. And so, when I recognized I got the bug and I wanted to fucking go hike, I actually started planning. There's a whole methodology to this. It's called fucking thinking ahead and planning for life. And if you do it, it actually works. I'm not the first person that's done this, and I don't want to be condescending, but it's just fucking truth. And that's the thing is, I think it's okay to be compassionate. I really do. We just got to prevent the people who are just evil and who are corrupt and keep those motherfuckers out. And you have to, unfortunately, when you create a government program, you have to put in safeguards, and safeguards cost money and people and time. As long as you know as a taxpayer what the fucking price tag is for it, put that up for the vote. Don't use these one-dimensional fucking arguments going, "Oh, what about the poor people?" And we need people to shoot up on the street safely. Well, wait a second. They're the people who steal everything from all the fucking stores and drive business out of downtown, so Seattle has no more fucking stores. Well, yeah, because motherfuckers weren't thinking about the second and third order effects. I mean, on the trail, I live in Florida where if you try to steal from stores, you're going to get fucking arrested and thrown in fucking jail. But in California, you can steal up to $999 and you won't be charged.
$999
Or something like that. I was in fucking California, dude, on trail in
No.
2024.
It's
I go to trail
$999.
town. I go to Target in fucking, I forget what town. It's in California, and all the shit's locked up. And I'm like, dude. I was like, in Florida where I live, nothing's fucking locked up.
No.
Because oh, by the way, if you break into a house in Florida, you run the risk of getting a bullet through your fucking head, and
This is
because
true.
people have fucking rights here and people actually respect, the dignity of law and private property, and so unlike California, which is just completely ass backwards, California used to be a fucking amazing state. I spent a lot of my youth in California. It was a beautiful state in the 1980s, you know. But anyways, I saw it firsthand in California where like things are just back asswards. Gas was like $6 a gallon, and just fucking stores. You have to go get a store associate just to go get simple shit, and it's all because it's a secondary and tertiary effects of bad public policy. And it is, in the name of compassion, it's just wrong. It goes to the point where it just becomes mentally easy to just vote for something and not think about it because it's not happening in my neighborhood, right? And you live in Washington. If you go to downtown Seattle, you go down by Pioneer Square and compare the chances of getting in a crime there, and you go down by SeaTac, you go to Burien, where it's a nice neighborhood. A lot of the people in Burien are like, oh, everything's great here. They'll just vote left all the fucking time because they live in their gated enclave fucking communities where,
Which is fine. Like live in your gated
yeah,
enclave community. That's
yeah,
great. That's awesome.
yeah,
Live in that shit.
yeah,
If that's your life, then that's great.
yeah,
But you have to understand that right outside your door could be the most, like the most, in insipid example of depravity that
correct.
anyone could ever be experiencing.
Yeah,
And I think
yeah,
I saw a lot of that in Southern California. When I
yeah,
saw that in Southern California in the desert, I think the
yeah,
desert was probably one of those
yeah,
times where it was. I think I played into why the desert was so
yeah,
weird
yeah,
was because you end up in these towns where yeah, sure,
yeah,
you're on the Pacific Crest Trail and you're doing some crazy through hike, but then you end up in some town like Cabazon
yes,
or whatnot, where all of
yes,
a sudden you're
Cabazon,
like,
yes,
you're
100%.
surrounded. And I didn't know anything about Cabazon, but once I
Yeah,
was there, I was hearing from other people that were from California that were like, oh, that's like a terrible place in California. That's like the methamphetamine capital of
yeah,
California. And I didn't know fuck all from shit all. And
yeah,
so, being there, I was just like, oh my gosh, like
yeah,
really?
oh,
But
yeah,
like to play off what you said, it didn't even really phase me because I'd
yeah,
been in Seattle and I'd seen
right,
that shit.
yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. So I want to throw out one thing, that kudos to the city of Burien, actually. They actually passed laws to keep homeless out of their town and stuff like that. So they actually realized, yeah, we like to be compassionate, but at the same time, we probably should keep out some of the riffraff to keep driving price. I mean, I'll give them credit where credit's due. So I want to add some context to my previous statement about Burien and SeaTac area. But that's in a community of a lot of where a preponderance of the voters, think because nothing happens in their neighborhood for a myriad of reasons, they're willing to be compassionate and not do the extra thinking to think through the secondary and tertiary effects of just bad public policy in the name of compassion. And that's and I saw that on the PCT where you have communities that clearly the people mean well, but just due to shitty public policy, like so here's something that pissed me off. I could have fucking jacked up a fucking Target and not gotten prosecuted, yet I jaywalked on the Tehachapi Highway and I got a $160 fucking ticket for fucking jaywalking. I mean, this is
unreal,
California.
unreal,
I
unreal.
knew exactly the risks I was taking jaywalking across the Tehachapi fucking highway. I did. And I got a $160 ticket. Yet I could fucking rob a fucking, I could rob a fucking Target and not get prosecuted. I mean, the fuck kind of bizarro world do we live in?
I know, I
I made a
know.
personal choice to be a retard. I mean, I did. Jaywalking is fucking retarded, and especially, playing Frogger on a fucking highway. I did
But
it.
you don't
It's
think about
my
little things like that.
fucking thing. I own it 110%, right? Yet some motherfucker who's a meth head goes into fucking Target and can just rip shit off in San Francisco and they don't get fucking prosecuted. Like, that just makes me think how fucking backwards. Like, what are we enforcing laws on here? And that was the thing that my aha moment on the PCT, and I realized that. And in this, when I got to Ashland, Oregon, I'll tell you, this fucking blew my mind. I was in Bishop, California. I bought like a 4 to 5 day resupply. No, it was actually a 6 day resupply. It cost me at Vaughn's like $300 for like a 6 day resupply for a bunch of stuff. I go to a Vaughn's or equivalent store in Ashland, Oregon. It cost me half the price for the same goods. And at that point, I realized that, wow, well, I got to Oregon. And Oregon's a pretty fucked up state, too, by the way.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Oregon has its own fucking issues. But the fact that Oregon was
sure
half the
does.
price of California, I'm just like, bro, this is fucking bizarro world. So that's when I said, like in my videos, if you go to my channel, I talk about, lessons learned. Budget accordingly for California, because California is going to be twice as expensive as everything everywhere else on the trail. I kept politics out of it. It's just, you see it and you're just like, what in the fuck are we doing here? I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I grew up
I
in
mean,
Washington. Washington was a different place in the 1980s. Southern California was a radically different place in the 1980s. I spent my summers as a young man in Southern California. And because my dad was helping out a friend from Vietnam who was running a business in Southern California, so we would go down to Southern California for the summers. I love Southern California. I fucking love California. I still love California.
I got mad love for Southern
I
California.
still love
Mad
California.
love for
I think
Southern
California
California.
is a great state. It's just run by fucking idiots. And and I feel for the people who are stuck there, who recognize they're getting fucked in the face every day. I really feel for them. It's terrible, but
It is though.
anyways, I have there's a place in my heart for California, and always will be. And there's a place for Washington too, but I live in Florida now, where I have my rights. I'm not getting fucked like I would be if I was on the West Coast, and so I actually enjoy that. I trade that for nuclear atomic hot summers and weird bugs and shit, which I don't like, and it's flat as fuck. But it's trade-offs, right? It's life. Um, yeah, it's the irony, man. It's the irony. But and I wanna put a bow tie on this, because I think for 30 minutes we've been kind of going down this trail, and I think it's a good discussion. But
Yeah, well, I think it's a really good discussion. I also just think that, one of the things that through hiking does is it brings a real out of a person,
yeah,
and these are things that, like we all have to come off trail and
yeah,
live life.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
nothing changes whether you're in my situation where you're a
yeah,
bachelor and you're
yeah,
working some wagey job, or maybe you're a young
yeah,
person who's between schools and you're
yeah,
going from college to college, or maybe you're a nurse who's just like, yeah, I got this dope ass RN job, and
yeah,
I'm gonna go find another hospital work at, or I'm gonna find, or maybe you're
yeah,
someone who's gonna go work at a ski resort, or maybe you're a retiree, like you find yourself in a really blessed, amazing position, because I don't know, what do you do for work? I mean, let's talk about
yeah,
that. Let's
yeah,
you
yeah.
don't dox yourself, but like
Yeah.
vaguely, what do you do for work?
So
How do you fund this?
yeah, so I do engineering work. I do engineering work on the side. And one and two, I'm a retired military veteran, and yeah, I draw a pension. That's one of the things that comes with the job. So there's three things: I work a job, I have a pension, and I have savings. I've invested since I was 20 years old. I I I did something that most people don't. I actually paid myself every fucking paycheck since I was 20 years old until I was 52 years old. And I made it a point to pay myself every fucking paycheck, and that's called building wealth. And I don't knock it. It takes discipline, and not everyone can do it. And the reason I did it, Nick, is because my dad was a World War II generation guy, and he lived from paycheck to paycheck until the day he fucking died. And I saw how we scrapped by, and he just managed money so terribly. And I made it a point. I'm never going to live my life like him. And I thank my dad every day for that. I think seeing the converse of what I did helped me give the model of what I did. And I think that's important. I think every young person, and I stress that with my children, is financial literacy, and making smart choices about paying yourself and having the discipline to do that. Again, to each their own. I want to put a bow tie on all this discussion, because at the end of the day, the trail is fucking awesome. The people who make the trail are incredible. The people I through hike with, despite the fact that I may have a 180-degree, completely different worldview than them, at the heart of it are still wonderful people. I met some incredible people, and I love the fact that despite our differences, we could connect on a range of common things. That's the part
Yeah.
I fucking love. Like, so for example, I don't do drugs. I don't do any of this shit. I don't do,
Sure. Yeah.
but I don't give a fuck because at the end of the day, we like having conversations. We enjoy the same things. We actually agree on a range of topics. And
Yeah.
I get to know you as a person, right? And so that is more important to me than anything else in the world because we have to stop blinding ourselves with fake hate. We have to stop blinding ourselves with this bullshit that the people who make money off dividing us are trying to fucking accomplish with us. Wake the fuck up and actually like have a conversation with a human being. I learned the trail man has taught me to sit down with people who I absolutely on a normal day would never give the time of day to. And I had some of the most wonderful conversations with them. I had some of the most wonderful connections with them. I really did. And it made me a better person. Um, and I would go to the end of I would take the clothes off my back and give it to them if they needed it. And I
Right.
could be completely ideologically opposed to them. I could completely be diametrically fucking opposed to them. But at the end of the day, we have something in common. Let's just start there. And so I think the trail, despite being a microcosm of society, gives us a lens in a world to look into the art of the possible. I truly believe this. And I think if we actually open our minds to actually starting and just ignoring the noise and actually focus and start with things we agree on, we can actually start building constructive solutions to things in society. The trail is kind of a small microcosm of that, and I saw it. I'm sure you saw it. Um, you know, I think there's hope for humanity. I think that's the bow tie on all this, right? I
Sure.
think there's a lot of people that wanna paint the world as this depressing place, like, no, it's not depressing, it's all in your fucking mind, it's what you make of it, right? And, stop having someone else camp in your fucking brain and tell you how life is, and give them the fucking finger and live your own fucking life. March to your own fucking beat, make some fucking decisions, stand by them, have the balls to make a fucking decision. You're gonna make mistakes, okay, tough shit, that's life. Good, move on. You know, um, I just see so many people dying around me at my age, and I pray that they lived a fulfilling life. But man, I wonder, man, I really do, I really do, and that going back to your early questions about the CDT, that's what prompted me. It's like fuck, I gotta move, man. I gotta make decisions. I gotta do something. My gut tells me this is a goal I've been wanting to do. And I complete the CDT, I'll be a 2.6 crowner. And then, in 2027, then I can finish the 800 and some odd miles of AT and get this shit over with. And then we'll see what happens after that. But for now, unless there's other things that happen and God tells me to do other things, and then so be it. I'll do
Lord
that.
willing, and the creek don't rise.
Yeah, yeah, man, it's but life is a ride, man, and here's the thing, I'll leave you with this. So I never read Hunter S. Thompson, because that's just something I've
Nor did
never
I.
fucking read in my life. But on the PCT I read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Oh,
And there was a line from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas that will stick with me for the rest of my fucking life. And this is just a great, great fucking line. Buy the ticket, take the ride. Buy the ticket, take the ride. And that is life right there, bro. It's you make decisions. Buy the fucking ticket, you take the fucking ride. And Hunter S. Thompson, I would have never in a million fucking years read his book. But the PCT, I started reading things I never would. Dune, never fucking read that. Fucking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I read. There's another Norman Ohler, fucking amazing 2-book series, Tripped and Blitzed, fucking amazing. Anyways, great books. Just things that just the PCT just is just so fucking awesome. Any trail, you just when you realize when you live your life out of 4 things: food, water, distance, and shelter, and everything you own in your life is on your back, life becomes simpler. And for the first time in my fucking life, I could demodulate shit and go, or deconstruct shit and go, oh, well, fuck, this is a different view. Maybe I ought to think about this. I don't agree, but, aged and stupid about it and being acting like a fucking 5-year-old, I'm actually going to sit down and have an adult conversation with an individual and actually talk through things over a beer. And we're going to find common ground and we're going to go have pizza. Being. I'm talking to someone who actually has a family, who has values, who means well, despite the fact, and we're going to get along. And I saw it time and time again, and I'm like, I'm convinced now, dude. I'm like, it changed me as a person, and I'm not as closed-minded as shit. And what fellow humans are trying to manipulate us into. And if more people just think that way, we'd be probably a better off as a civilization. Maybe I'm being a little too fucking utopian about this shit, but that's kind of what hiking has given me. Is it's just given me fucking perspective that I would have never gotten working in a cubicle, working in the same compartmentalized bullshit life that I've been doing for the past 30 years. It was a good bullshit life, but it has limits. And now, I see things differently, and it's forever changed my mind. I now understand people who through hike want to keep doing it, but you do it for different reasons. Ask me in a year why I did my CDT through hike. It's different reasons for why I did the CD or the PCT or the long trail. We never even got into the long trail. If you have me back on, I can talk about the long trail.
Oh, I think
That was
this is
a
going to be
whole
recurring. I think you coming onto this stream is going to be a recurring. Yeah, a recurrence, 100% recurrence. I will say I got a couple more questions. I want to take a
sure.
little bit more of your
Shoot,
time,
brother. Go for it.
and we'll go. So we got Smash by the Offspring right now on the Bluetooth.
Nice.
Now, what most folks don't realize is that there's an extra several minutes of track on the last track, which is Smash, the title
There
track
is.
off of the Offspring Smash.
There is. Yes, sir.
We got that going. So, what are you most looking forward to on the CDT? What are you
I am
most looking
looking.
forward to? What are
I
and
am.
it doesn't have to just be one thing. It could be all sorts of things.
I am looking forward to the solitude. I am looking forward to pushing myself because I'm an extrovert. This is like Northern California on steroids. I am excited to push my limits to see what I can do on my own. Um, Stargazing, absolutely. In fact, I'm bringing my camera with me, like I did on the PCT, and I'm going to do night sky photography. I am looking forward to cowboy camping. I am looking forward to just different scenery. I'm looking forward to longer hitches, more challenging hitches. Um, yeah, it's just different, man. I love the fact that there's a choose your own adventure mentality to this trail.
I
Um,
love that aspect. I
and I'm
love that
actually,
aspect. I'm so hyped on that.
I know how much you love road walks. I'm not a fan of road walks, but I'm going to do a fair amount of them.
Ah,
So I am mentally reconfiguring for that because, again, just because I don't like it right now doesn't mean I'm not going to like it later. It's the long trail again. If you have me back on, I'll talk to you about my long trail through hike. That's a whole different
let's just talk about that real quick. How long was your long trail?
20 days.
20 days. And
20
and
days.
and did you get hitches in that?
Yeah. Yeah. I did hitch into towns. I was 3 to 4 days tops into any town along the long trail. So I only carried, my base weight was 9 pounds. I carried a very light frameless pack. I had a 50-degree quilt. It was middle of summer. It turns out there's a lot less water sources in Vermont during the hot, dry summer. Um, But the trail, man, was so much fucking harder than the PCT. So much harder. I mean, you just run the stats. It's a lot harder. The terrain's rougher, a lot rockier, just brutal on your fucking limbs, and it was hard. And the scenery is 1,000% less. So I'm hiking something harder for less scenery. So I had to find. I'll tease the audience here without going into a full podcast about the long trail. Basically, I had to find value out of something I used to value. So I chose the long trail because I didn't want to do it. I hated the thought of doing it, so I went and did it.
And now you're about to do the CDT.
Correct. Which is going to be hard, and I like that because it's hard. I don't do things in life because they're fucking easy. I think that's the bow tie for me. I do things because they're hard, and through the hardness, I try to find value out of it. To me, that's the thing that drives me. Is why would you want to ever do things easy in life? Fuck that. I want to do things because they suck. Because through suck, I open my mind up. Because I'm a very closed-minded person. I truly believe that. And I think by experiencing things that I have not done, it opens my mind.
Shout out to Gasman PAT. Thanks for sharing everything tonight. Cosmic Honey Mothership. Shout out to everyone who's jumped in. The live chat has jumped between half a dozen and over a dozen, and so thank you to everyone. Huge thank you to everyone. There's one thing that I'm not doing on my channel right now, and it is the fact that I don't have a locals, I don't have a Patreon. There's no part of my channel that is hyper exclusive yet. Not yet. Thinking about it. Thinking about maybe doing something so I can squeeze a little something out of these lemons. No. But this has been we're at 250 minutes right now.
That's fucking wild.
It's really wild. It feels like it's only been half an hour. I could keep talking with you. Slide. Let's finish this up with a couple more questions and then we'll call it.
Sure.
Number one, where'd Slide come from? How'd you get Slide?
The High Sierra. I had a different trail name before the High Sierra, and
what was it before then?
My trail name from the Appalachian Trail was Wrong Way, because 3 mornings in a row I left camp going the wrong way, and
all right.
And then
I can see myself doing similar.
By the time I got to the High Sierra, I had slipped and fell so many fucking times, dude. Like when I got to Yosemite Mud and Water Park, I was hiking the Tuolumne. We're out of the snow, but it's all mud and wet, and I just kept slipping and falling, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" When I got to Tuolumne, I was just a fucking human mess, and my team had laughed at me so many times for fun. I mean, I got so pissed off, I like threw my shit. I just threw my gear in disgust. And at that point, they were laughing at me and said, "You have a new trail name. It's Slide." Because everywhere you go, you just slide and fall. And so from that point on, Slide stuck. So that's my trail name. And it hasn't changed.
There you go. How do you feel about trail names changing trail to trail? So let's say someone does AT and their trail name is like Rabbit or Pipsqueak. Do you think that like switching trail names, like maybe they go and hike the PCT and their trail name Pipsqueak changes into, like Donner or Hollywood or I don't know. What do you think of that?
I think it's fucking great because you change as a person, and frankly, when someone gives you the trail name because of something you fucked up, it means more. It is a snapshot in a point in your life, and I think it's fucking wonderful.
Cool. What do you think about people that give themselves trail names?
I think that's great, maybe to start off with, but you should earn one from someone else.
Okay, so you believe a trail name is earned?
Yes. And there's plenty of, and if you spend enough time with someone, inevitably you will fuck up or have an idiosyncrasy that warrants a trail name. 100%. I have given the greatest, one of my greatest honors as a thru hiker was to give 2 people their trail names from shit I observed of them.
So, what were those?
Oh gosh, one was on the Appalachian Trail. What was her trail name? Oh gosh, it was Squat, because she had to help her partner, who is a female. She basically put her on her shoulders to lift them up to go pick up something, and she was squatting. And it was to get him out of some situation. And I was like, your trail name is Squat, because that's what you do. You're the strong. She's this skinny girl, and she's like super strong. And I'm like, dude, you're fucking jacked for your posture. I'm like, you're Squat. And so she got the trail
Squat's
name of
just such a
Squat.
good trail name. That's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
I love to hear that.
So yeah, that was on the Appalachian Trail. But to me,
So,
I think trail names are appropriate, and I think it's more sincere when someone gives it to you.
cool. All right. I gotta put you in the hot seat. We'll call this. I'm gonna rip off a guy that I follow online, and I'm gonna
Okay,
put you in the hot seat. And so by
sure.
being in the hot seat, we're just gonna do some rapid fire questions.
Game
And
on.
that's basically what the hot seat is. And we're just gonna like run through this. You as a through hiker, and then we'll call it. So here we go. You're in the hot seat right now. Slide. So in the hot seat, you got to answer question number 1: cold soak or not?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Uh, question number 2: sleeping bag liner or no?
Liner.
Sleeping bag liner. He's down with the sleeping bag liner. Okay. Cool.
Ride or die,
Question
man.
number 3: trail family. When it comes to the trail family, do you think you should wait for the slow people or hike on?
Hike on.
Hike on. All right. Question, is that question number 3? Yeah. Question number 4. Question number 4. Uh, send yourself resupplies or just like fly by the saddle seat?
Fucking wing it.
Fucking wing it. What do you think about bounce boxes?
Helpful.
Okay. Drugs on trail?
You do your own shit. Leave me alone.
There you go. Okay, cool. 40-mile days or 20-mile days in a campfire?
20-mile days in a campfire.
20-mile days in the campfire. How about food? Sleep with it or hang that shit?
Hang that shit. Don't sleep with it.
Really? No way. Okay. What was your gnarliest situation with a bear getting into your shit? Has that ever happened? PCT, AT, anything?
AT, Shenandoah National Park. I did not have food in my tent, but in the middle of the night, I could feel the bear's nose on the outside of the tent pressing up against me. And the only thing separating me from the bear's nose was the fucking Dyneema.
Ah, jeez. Okay. How about TP? TP or bidet?
Bidet, 100%.
Bidet? No, he's a bidet user. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a bidet user. No.
You know how many
Oh,
days
no.
in my life I've had like just rank fucking ill smelling, fucking icky smelling, feeling ass in a bidet? I don't give a fuck what people think. Once you spray your shit every morning with water and it's clean, you're fucking good to go, man. After 7 days of not fucking like cleaning your ass and just smearing, I mean, think about this: toilet paper, you are smearing shit on your asshole and allowing bacteria to fucking grow. And so when your ass feels like it's on fire after 7 fucking days, I mean, you can go, hey, that's cool. I use TP. Well, guess what? Your ass is on fire and you're a giant bacteria lab. Where me, I have my fucking pussy ass fucking bidet, but my asshole is fucking clean, and I don't feel like shit, like my ass is on fire, and I don't give a fuck what other people think. In fact,
Our
I
cool,
had
our cool. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I even had a fucking cooler cloth to wipe my ass, and they go, "Are you a
I was
tranny?"
gonna ask. I was
No,
gonna
no, no.
say, cooler
Because
cloths, are they for girls or boys too?
they can be for both. But someone goes, "Are you a fucking tranny?" I go, "I fucking about to pull my pants down." I go, "I play for the fucking correct team, motherfucker."
Whoa!
Because
Whoa!
it
They
turns out
asked him if he was a tranny. Can you guys believe that? They
a
asked him
fucking
if he was a tranny.
a fucking cooler cloth is originally designed for women, but if you think about it, it's a microbial fucking ass wiping device.
Okay.
If you use a fucking bidet and wipe whatever the fuck's left with the fucking cooler cloth, you're good to go.
There you go. All right. All
And
right.
for all
You
those
heard it here.
and for all those hippie fist fuckers who are environmental fucking whatever people, it's fucking
I want to hear
brilliant.
it.
It's clean, it saves waste, and you feel better. And
And
oh,
you
by the
feel
way,
better.
yeah, I think it's fucking great. I used to be a TP
Hey,
dude for fucking
yo.
decades. And once I found out about the trail bidet and a fucking cooler cloth, I'm a converted man.
I am a monkey butt ass having motherfucker. And
Salute
so,
emoji. Fucking good
hey,
luck. And
no. I mean, like, yo, I get that shit, and so, but I carry baby wipes. I just carry hella baby wipes.
oh yeah, and I
So,
carry baby wipes too for other reasons. I mean, ultimate backup if the fucking bidet and the cooler cloth don't cut it because I'm having the galactic shits. Well, of course, I have the fucking backup with the baby wipes. But the baby wipes are for other reasons. It's for cleaning myself off,
okay,
keeping my crotch clean, all this other shit, keep my face clean.
there
But
you go.
I don't have to carry extra fucking baby wipes because I use a bidet.
All right. Did you ever get
Winner.
sick on trail?
No,
You never got sick. You never had a cold. You never had food poisoning. You never got sick on trail.
correct. Never gotten sick.
Wow. All right. All right. Pants or shorts?
Shorts.
Shorts over
But
pants. Period.
well, not period. I did half the PCT with pants, and I did the other half with shorts.
Okay.
So I'm there's a time and place for both. I'm going to use
Okay.
pants for the CDT.
I saw a post on Facebook in the PCT 2026 group that someone was like, "Hey, like I really don't know about pants." And I'm anti-pants. I'm pro shorts.
Mhm.
So, got it. But
I
anyways,
was wearing pants in 110-degree weather, and it was just fine.
how about camp shoes? Yeah or nay?
Nay.
Nay. What about your comforts? What are some inarguable comforts that you'll carry extra weight for to have?
Town clothes. A heavier, let's see, a sleeping bag liner, and an actual proper pillow.
An actual proper pillow.
Yes.
So, I've got a homegirl who's going to be through hiking in 2026, and she's going to be using an inflatable pillow, but she also has a pillow that, she can stuff her clothes into. I used my inflation stuff sack for my sleeping pad. What's your favorite pillow, like all time?
My favorite air pillow all time is the Outdoor Vitals fucking plain ass pillow. That thing is fucking amazing. And I still have it. It's actually survived a section of the Appalachian Trail, all the PCT and the Long Trail, and it still works. But I have a fucking Thermarest pillow, like proper pillow, which I like too, which I'm gonna be taking. Let's see, Craig Fishburne, are tight pants though? No, I don't wear tight pants. I actually wear
Are tights pants?
no,
Are tights
outdoor
pants?
research Feroci pants. They're the way to go. They're freaking awesome. They're very durable, and learn how to sew. If you're gonna be on the fucking trail, carry dental floss and learn how to fucking sew and bring a needle
This,
with you.
yes. You
I've done
need to have
more.
yes.
You got to know how to fix shit because the average fucking through
You
hiker
gotta
is a
know.
brainless moron, and they don't have
This
the
is
first
true.
fucking
This is
clue how to
true.
fix broke dick shit. And you got to have some iota of like common fucking sense to fix shit. Otherwise, you'll learn the hard way, and you'll learn on trail. It's better to
Because
learn
what are you
like
gonna go buy more
knowledge.
clothes?
Yeah,
Oh
knowledge
no!
weighs knowledge weighs fucking nothing, right? And so learn how to fucking sew, learn how to use duct tape, learn how to do basic repair before you go on the fucking trail. Anyways.
Yeah. Tights are tights pants. Yes, bro, they're pants. I hiked in tights.
Yeah.
So you know what? Yeah. I support the tights. I'm all about the tights. I'm like, yeah, hiking tights, bro. Let's go. Hiking tights. Cut a bunch of holes in them, make them look super fucking sick when you're tripping on mushrooms. Blah blah blah. All right.
What other questions
Let's
you got?
call it.
All right.
Let's what other questions? I've got other questions. How about backpack, frameless or not? You're obviously gonna go with the ULA circuit on the CDT. That's got a frame barely. Why not go with an ohm?
I prefer frame packs. I do own an ohm. I don't like the ohm because it's
You own the ohm.
I have an ohm 2.0 also.
Okay, because I was thinking about that.
I don't like it because it's too narrow. I would just stick with either a CDT or I have a bunch of ULA packs. My favorite ULA pack is the Photon, which is frameless. There's a time and place for frameless, but if you made me choose between the two, I'd go with framed.
Yeah, I personally think a frame pack is the way to go. At least having one stay in there. At least having one stay.
But I've done
just because
But I've done a lot of miles with the frameless pack. I'm versed in both. I can hike in both.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with a tarp. I'm comfortable with a bivy sack, which most people aren't. I'm comfortable with all kinds of rudimentary shit. I'm okay sleeping with bugs. I could give two fucks less.
I'm not okay sleeping with bugs.
Well,
I don't care about anything else. So what do you think is going to be what's the gnarliest mosquito section of the CDT?
Northern California. 100%.
Well, no. What's the CDT?
CDT.
Because
Wyoming.
going into the PCT,
Wyoming.
okay, so it's Wyoming. Okay.
For the time I'm going through, it'll be Wyoming.
Okay, and you're going to start in June.
Correct. I'll be in Wyoming in August.
Okay.
July, August. Yep.
Okay, cool. Cause like I'm gonna be, and like, you know, for everyone who's, you know, gonna be in here, anyone who's gonna see this video, like they can go watch your channel, you know, we're gonna link this and all that. And so yeah. I mean, you know what?
Check out my channel if you like freaking Hilltop Pack stuff. You can get a 10% discount if you use my link. So it's on my YouTube page description. So go check it out.
Yes, and I can't say enough good stuff about Hilltop Packs as well, because Hilltop Packs made my hip pouch that lasted the entire trail. Their roll top fanny pack is fucking dope.
It is. Their food bag's actually really good. I use their food bag.
I have their food bag as well. Yeah. I have their food bag right here. I have it loaded with food right now. Nice. I'm actually currently editing. I'm actually editing a video right now that I am going to be uploading tonight, and that video involves. I did a resupply at Dollar General.
Nice. That's actually important.
I was like, you know what, you know. Yeah. If it was this time last year and I was getting ready to do the trail and I'd never done a trail before, I would be looking for people who are like, hey, here's how to resupply a Walmart. Here's how to resupply a grocery outlet.
Yes.
And what I never saw was anyone who just like went through the store and did the resupply and was like, hey, here's how it goes.
Yeah, I saw that in your other video. You alluded to the fact you're going to do that, and I was like, "Dude, rock on!" Because
I'm editing the footage right now.
There's an art,
and I have the food here. There really is, and I'm actually living off the food that I resupplied with for the next 3 days. And
to be 35.
Fuck me! It does. No.
Dude, I could not live off hiker trash food every fucking day at 53.
I already feel like shit.
There's no.
I already feel like shit. I've eaten 2 I've eaten 2 protein bars and some beef jerky today. And I also what else have I got in here? But the point is, this is the Hilltop Packs food bag. Oh, here it is. Here's my coffee. I'm also drinking the coffee.
Nice.
I got instant coffee, and so so this morning I made a super strong cup of coffee.
Nice.
Drove to work. I got a flat tire on my way to work.
I saw that.
And
I saw that.
And I'm just like sitting there. I was at work, like mixing hot water with my instant coffee, and I'm like, am I really doing this? But yes, I am doing it. I'm doing it for the channel. So subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to Slide's channel right here. And you know what? Here we go. I'm going to end it, Slide.
It seems harder and harder to just sit back and enjoy the finer things in life.
Nice.
Well, till next time. Ta-da.
Ta-da. Right on, man. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, it's been awesome. It's been an amazing pleasure. Let's do it again. Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Yes, sir.
God bless your family. God bless you. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into the video, to the live. We're going on 268 minutes. All right. Slide. Much love, brother. God bless you.
Right on. Take care, man.